Test 1, test 2.
Yep, cool, sounds good.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
Good morning, everyone. Can you hear me? I cannot hear you, Eric.
Can you hear me clearly?
I can hear Leo, but not Eric.
Okay.
Now
I can hear Eric.
Yeah, that's better.
Super. So should I put the agenda slide up on the so that everyone can see it?
Yes, please.
Yeah, please.
I will when it. Here we go. Um, okay, so I've clicked the wrong thing, haven't I? It's this one.
Alrighty then. So, welcome everybody. Thanks for joining us in Address Policy RIPE 83. It's November 23rd. My name is Eric Weiss, and I'm here with my co-chairs Leo and James. Next slide, please. As a warning, the sessions are recorded, and we have pre-recordings for most of the topics on the agenda. We've sent out a couple emails about this. This will allow us to do some. This will allow us to do some more discussion during the session, so you can all watch the content prior. The presentations are also online in the agenda. So if you haven't seen the full videos, at least there's the presentations during the topics. We've asked the speakers to provide some insight on just a 1 or 2 slides, not to recap the whole presentation. So we'll have 2 topics so that everybody's aware, the takeaways from the actual videos. Next slide. Yes. So agenda bashing. We'll have the full agenda here. Administrative matter. Welcome of everybody. Thanking the scribe and approving the minutes. We'll do that later on. We have the ASO-AC report from James, Nirani, and Hervé. The NRO-NC ASO-AC candidate introductions from Ulka. We have the Q&A on the current topic, policy topics with Angela. Next. Then we'll have an update, which is a new topic in the agenda, an update about the Afridic situation by Hans Petter. There's no pre-recording for that. Hans Petter will do this online. We'll have a Q&A on feedback from the RIPE NCC, from registration services, from Marco. And then we'll have the RIPE database requirement task force, where James will do a short recap, and then we'll have a short break. And then last but not least, Leo will host the review of the RIPE IPv6 policy goals and anything other that needs to be discussed. So, any questions about the agenda? Next slide. Did we miss anything? Raise your hand if you have any questions. Okay. Next slide. So the minutes from RIPE 82, they've been posted online by Leo on June 14th. We've seen no comments or feedback. Did we miss anything, or are they good to go as they are? We've heard nothing on the mailing list or in private. I don't see any raised hands. I'm sure you've all read them thoroughly. Then we can declare the minutes from last meeting as approved, and we'll proceed. So, as said, during the session, we'll have the stenographers that are typing out the whole session. Thanks for that, for doing that work. We have the minutes approved, so we can start with the next part, which is the ASO/AC report. We've seen the whole presentation about this online. James, are you taking this one?
No, I'm going to hand over the honor to Nurani, our outgoing colleague. So, Nurani, are you there?
I haven't seen her online yet.
Or do we have Hervé?
Hervé is online.
You hear me?
There you are.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Can we also get the slides, the 2 slide deck from Hervé online?
Yeah. So, James, have you got the slides, or do you want I share the slides?
Oh, you can slide. You can share it as well, Hervé.
Okay.
I believe you preloaded as well.
So,
There they are.
okay, great. Perhaps the 2 slides I will present. So I don't know any change. Okay, never mind. Okay, I will do even if I don't see any change. So in the numbering of the slides, etc. So that was a record of the presentation of the ICANN ASO/AC activities. So recalling that the ASO/AC is a number resource policy advisory body composed of 15 members, 3 from each region. And the main roles of the ASO/AC and ASO/AC members is to advise the ICANN board on internet number matters, to review when so there is a global policy under discussion, so to review the global policy development process. One important role is to select ICANN board members, so 2 specifically for step 9 and 10, and to select other representative, so to ICANN bodies and specifically the nomination committee. And so we recalled that so we meet monthly, and these meetings are open to everybody except from a closed session when we discuss appointment to the ICANN board. And so what so we recall that we are in the process of the seat 10 selection for the ICANN board, and it's possible for everyone who is interested. It's possible to nominate somebody and to be nominated until December the 1st. So everybody who is interested to be ICANN board director So it's still possible to be nominated, and if you are interested, so or Nourani, James, and I can answer your questions. So of course you can see the pre-recording presentation of that and more complete. And if you have any questions, so James, I, and Nourani, if she is able to connect, can answer. And the last word I would add is we warmly thank Nourani for a useful, very useful and excellent job within the SOAC, because so she decided not to reappoint for this council. Thank you.
Can you pull up the slide number 8?
It's something I tried to, but so I share that. Yeah, okay. This one.
Yes. So this is the timeline that we're talking about.
Exactly.
For the board selections. Let me grant audio and video for Nourani, who is online. Hi, Nourani.
Okay, Nourani is there. Hello, Nourani.
So this is the timeline. So we still have some time for nominations currently.
So we have, so I will say more 1 week for the nomination phase.
Okay. All right. Do we already have people that are nominated?
Yep, there are people, but if more people are interested, they are warmly welcome, of course.
Excellent. All right, then I think we can all, well, at least from my perspective here, I would like to thank Nourani for her work and effort. I can't hear Nourani. Let's. Nourani, I can't hear you. Something wrong with the audio from Nourani? Let's try this again. Okay. This is, so let's see if we can fix this in a couple seconds, and otherwise we'll have to go. Let's see if we have any questions. To give Nourani a bit more time.
There's nothing in the Q&A queue at the moment.
No. Perhaps Nourani has selected the wrong mic, is the suggestion. It's very soft. It's very soft, Nourani. It sounds like your audio is coming from far away.
She's in Sweden, so
Okay. I think we'll, we'll leave it at this. Otherwise. All right. Thanks, Hervé. Thanks, James. Thanks, Nourani, for all the work.
Welcome.
Sorry, the audio isn't working at this point. Then we'll have to go to the next topic.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Leo.
Okay, coming back to the agenda. And the next item on the agenda is the NRO NC ASOAC candidate introductions. So we'd like to invite Ulka to speak and share slides.
Hi, good morning, everyone. I hope you can see the slides. My name is Ulka Atle. I'm a Senior Communications Officer at the RIPE NCC, and I am running the NRO NC election taking place at this RIPE meeting. I will just first present a very short recap of how voting works, and then we have time for any questions you might have for the candidates, and if there's still a little time left, the candidates could get a minute to speak and address the working group. So first, this is an election to fill one seat on the NRO NC. The seat is currently held by Nurani, and her term ends on the 31st of December this year. And thank you again, Nurani, for all the work you've put in. The term we're holding elections for will begin on the 1st of Jan 2022 and will end in December 24. All RIPE meeting attendees, except RIR staff who have checked in for RIPE 83, are eligible to vote. And we have 4 candidates in the running. Simply put, the candidate with the most votes will be elected, and voting takes place electronically. So how do you register to vote and check in? So it's really simple. You might have already registered to vote in the NRO NC election while registering for RIPE 83. In that case, all you need to do is check in. Just find your RIPE meeting registration email, or the email you received this morning about day 2 of RIPE 83 contains a unique link to your personal registration options. So just select the option to check in, select the option to vote in the NRO NC election, and please make sure you've done this before 2 p.m. UTC +1 today. Registration will close at 2 o'clock UTC +1. Voting will open later today at the end of the last session at 5 UTC +1. And voting will close on Friday morning at 10:30 UTC +1. The RIPE chair will announce the results in the closing plenary. So please make sure you've checked in, because only checked in attendees who've registered to vote will receive the voting link at 5 p.m. And with that, I open the floor for questions for our candidates. We have 4 candidates: Toma Gavrichenkov, Anastasia Sendrea, Sandra Stefan, and Salam Yamut. If you've watched the video, the candidate introduction videos have already been shared. They were shared last week. And do I see any questions for the candidates?
I'm looking at the questions queue, and there aren't any questions there, but Sander wants to speak.
Sander. Let's try that again.
We also have Toma. Can you say a quick hello?
Toma, can you say something?
Yeah.
Excuse me. So we see some technical issues with all of this. So Sander just said that he doesn't want to speak. So I guess we all are just here to answer your questions, if there are any.
I believe we also have Anastasia, who is present.
We do actually have a question that has just come into the Q&A, and I'm going to read this out because the stenographers have asked us to read out questions slowly to make sure they get a good record. This is from Peter Koch of DENIC, and he says, could candidates elaborate on what, absent global policies, they would envision ASO NRO becoming involved in as per bylaws, for example?
Is that for anybody in particular, Peter, or?
He addressed it to candidates, plural, so I think it's any candidate that would like to answer that question.
Hold on.
Do you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. That's almost like speaking from International Space Station. Yes, you always need to understand that you're being heard still. Anyway, first part is that well, absent global policies, there is the whole global policy part isn't as active maybe as the policy process in each region is. So maybe there might be potential for building some bridges there. Also, if we speak of anything except global policies, there's I'd say experience of different RIRs, right? In dealing with different issues, including abuse, including routing issues, for example. And this experience is greatly different in LACNIC, APNIC, and the NCC. So this experience exchange, like this year, we've got a perfect case of sharing the experience of how the local policy development works. This is what was done during the ASO NRO meetings this year. The mutual experience exchange and helping other RIRs to implement what's already being implemented, and for a reason, in one or two RIRs is something that the ASO could be busy with.
All right, thanks for that answer. Any of the other candidates that want to do a 30-second reply on this, or what their role will be in the ASO NRO? Otherwise, we'll cut the mic. I don't see any additional questions. Then I would like to say thank the candidates, wish them all the best. Thanks,
thank you.
And thanks to Ulka for the presentation.
Thank you. If you have any questions or issues, please just email nominations@ripe.net, and please register before 2 p.m. today. Thank you.
Thank you. All right then. Now the thing that we've all been waiting for. Angela.
Now, good morning, everybody.
Good morning.
I'm waiting for this presentation. There is already a presentation pre-recorded online. I hope somebody had a look at it. So here I'm going to give you only a short summary. I can eventually share my slides, and I give you a very short update about it. This year has been, I think, one of the most quiet years in our region. So we had no policy proposals, we had no new implementation, but this doesn't mean that everything was quiet, because the community worked a lot on other matters. And so what is very important is that there is a new draft for the PDP document that will be presented on Thursday by the RIPE chair. So the idea is that you share your feedback with on the RIPE list, you give your suggestions, you give your comments, because this is actually the way in which the community is going to implement and take decisions in the future. So please participate, it is very important. Going to other regions, the implemented policies are mostly regarding documentation. So for example, in IPNIC is not needed anymore to provide the purpose for assignments and sub-assignments. So whenever you change the usage of your addresses, you don't need to provide the documentation again. Then we have time until the 5th of December to provide some editorial changes to these 4 proposals that have already been accepted and are going to be implemented soon. And there is a new guideline that is going to be implemented soon, still in APNIC, to restrict private ISs, unallocated ISs in the creation of ROAS. In ARIN, they implemented 2 clarifications in the language of the policy manual, and in LACNIC, they have now a new TAO with where you can create ROAS, where they create ROAS with origin IS 0 for unallocated space. So there is, how can I say, a big attention in for what is regarding RPKI. In our region, there is still the possibility to use our hosted certificate authority, and that is excluding only the private ISs. So under discussions, we have some policies in AFRINIC and some in ARIN. In my recorded presentation, there was also policy in LACNIC that did not reach consensus and has been abandoned. It was regarding the some modifications in the PDP. So I ask you if you have any questions. If you don't want to make them here, you can always write to me at pdo@ripe.net. And that's from my side.
We don't yet have any questions in the queue, but if anyone wants to send one, we'd be happy to read it out for Angela.
So all clear, then I think I can leave the floor to...
Oh, wait. Let's see. Let's give them a bit more time. We have some.
Any questions in the Q&A or the chat, please?
Yeah, you stated that it was a bit quiet in the RIPE region, as the new chair collective for Editors Policy will make sure you'll get enough to do even this year.
Thank you.
So don't worry about that. Thanks for the update. I've seen that the Afrinic region was quite active, with all the appeals going on for the transfer policy, the inter-RAR transfer policy that wasn't ratified yet.
There were multiple proposals there. At the moment, the one that went into last call is a policy that is actually allowing outgoing transfers, so from Afrinic to other regions, only when they are legacy or they are regarding addresses that were coming from out of region. So it is not, how can I say, fully reciprocal with our policy, but let's say it is compatible. I mean, we can accept from them these kind of transfers. 20 into last call, it is still under discussion. Let's see how it's going to be.
Okay, so we have a request for the mic, and we have Jordi, who is quite aware of what's going on in Afrinic.
Well, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Yeah, not just Afrinic, all the regions, but yeah.
No, but you've been quite active. You've been quite active on the mailing list in Afrinic, I've seen.
Yeah, I think there is some confusion with the transfers policy in Afrinic. There was a policy proposal that reached consensus according to the chairs that were recalled. But the chairs were recalled because that policy proposal was changed with non-editorial comments in the last call 3 times. And is under appeal. Obviously, if the chairs were recalled because that change was against the PDP, I don't expect that the appeal committee will accept that policy proposal, and that's the reason why the board didn't ratify it. Then there are 2 other policy proposals that actually were previous to that one, but didn't reach a consensus. One of them is from me. It's fully reciprocal with all the registries, didn't reach a consensus in this meeting. I don't agree with that, but that may be subjected to a new appeal. And the other policy proposal is not reciprocal with aiding, which we know is the major donor of addresses to all the other regions, okay, in general. I am not looking at the last few months, just the last couple of years, because the situation changed a little bit with a big block of addresses in Afrinic. I got requests from other people to appeal also that policy that, according to the chairs, reached consensus, because there were plenty of objections that the chairs have not considered. But this cannot proceed until the chairs confirming the list their decision, because that was in the last week meeting. So I expect nothing will change, and we will not have transfers in the next year, because even if a policy is ratified, Afrinic already confirmed that will take at least 9 months to implement it. So that's, Angela, I am not willing to contradict you, but just to provide some more insights.
No, I said there were multiple transfer policy proposals, but at the moment, the only one that went into last call is this one.
Yeah, thank you.
All right, thanks, Jordi.
Thank you, Jordi.
Then there is one thing that is actually going to need your input, and already did in the last year, working together with Miriam. The RIPE chair is the review of the current PDP. The status there, because although it's a community policy, it's not running in address policy here. So that runs on discussion on the RIPE list, and is written down by the RIPE chair, by both Miriam and Neil. What is the status there? Can you provide us with a small update?
it is published, the new draft. Miriam sent, I think, end of October, on the 26th, I think, of October, the link to look at the new draft. So they're waiting for feedback, and it's going to also be presented on Thursday morning. So there are not really, how can I say, huge changes. I don't want to anticipate too much in the sense that everybody has to read. No, in the sense that everybody has to read it and to confront, to compare it with the previous version. But Miriam also listed which are the main points for the changes. Like, for example, to facilitate, let's say, the starting of a discussion, because sometimes, you know, the people are a bit intimidated by the whole process. PDP, I have to have a ready policy proposal. What do I do? And so on. It is, how can I say, promoting the proposal of an idea to see if there is the interest for a policy proposal. So it can also be an opportunity to find people that wants to cooperate in writing the proposal, having, I can say, a more, also now, you know, that is more virtual, more on a distance. It is good to promote cooperation between people. So
yeah, so that we get a bit more discussion first before we actually go into the formal.
No, to see if there is the problem statement is clear, if everybody is feeling that there is the need to change something and so on. And then, seeing the experience of the appeal that we had a couple of years ago, it was the first one in our history, there is a bit better defined, how can I say, description of what does what, who does what, who can participate into the appeal, and so on. So it is a way to improve our PDP. There is not a big, how can I say, change in what are the phases, in what are the timelines, and so on, but trying to make it more, how can I say, also more approachable and clearer for everybody.
Sorry to cut in, folks. We do have one question from the chat. Tuna Selmono from University of Limpono asks, why take 9 months to implement a policy, though, if it is approved?
It depends which kind of policy we are sort of talking about. It depends what the policy is. I mean, there is not a fixed time of 9 months to implement the policy. There is it's not written in stone.
I think this is in regards to the answer of Jordi about if the transfer policy in Afrinic is going to be implemented, it will not be within the next 9 months, because it will take Afrinic to actually implement that particular policy, because it needs to interact with all the other RARs and needs to align processes.
Yeah.
Okay. I don't have any additional questions for you at this time. Angela, I don't see any questions in queue. Anybody else?
We need to move on.
Yeah, then
thank you very much, Angela.
So goodbye, everybody. Thank you.
Thanks for your time.
To you. Bye-bye.
Then we'll move on to the director of the NCC, Hans Petter, with an update about Afrinic. Hans Petter, floor is yours.
Thank you. So, can you hear me while I'm looking for my slides?
Yes.
Very good, thank you. So, an update on the Afrinic case. So, I'm Hans Petter Holen. I'm the managing director of the RIPE NCC, and I'm also the chair of the NRO Executive Council this year. Normally, I would not comment much on business going on in other RIRs, but I was asked by the chairs of this working group to give a short update on the Afrinic case. And since that is important to the whole RIR system, I accepted this invitation. So the background for the ongoing case is that Afrinic in 2020 initiated audits of its members, and found, among others, that one member's resources were not being used for their original purpose. After seeking clarifications on their status, Afrinic informed the member that they would begin the process to reclaim the resources. This resulted in the member taking Afrinic to court in order to stop the deregistration. They went further also to freeze, to have a court order to freeze Afrinic's bank accounts, and that happened on July. Now, this went back and forth in several hearings in the court, and in October, the court lifted the freeze on Afrinic's accounts. So after this, Afrinic is fully capable of conducting business as usual. The litigation continues. There is a list of court cases on the on the Afrinic website, and you can also find this discussed on various Afrinic lists if you are interested. Just last week, Afrinic had its 34th meeting. I did not attend that meeting, but if you're interested in seeing what happened there, I've included the URL here as well. So the reason that the RIPE NCC gets involved is because the NRO has established a joint RIR stability fund. And we are committed to support the Joint Internet Numbers Registry, because for uniqueness of numbers in the Internet, our 5 registries together is the global Joint Internet Numbers Registry, and Afrinic is an integral part of this. The Joint RIR Stability Fund is a mechanism through which assistance can be provided for the registration services. The RIPE NCC Executive Board has authorized me to act on behalf of the RIPE NCC if Afrinic submits a request to access this fund. And so far, the Afrinic board has not made any such request. So this is clearly a last resource in keeping the registry going on in the African region. If you want to see some further details about the RIPE NCC thinking in this, there is a RIPE Labs article that I posted following the discussions at the board a while back. So this was a short and sweet update on the Afrinic legal situations. So back to you, Eric.
All right, thanks for this short and decisive update. I think it was important for the working group at least to be aware of what's going on. And thank you for this this update, Hans Petter. I don't see any questions in the queue, so that leaves me to thank you, Hans Petter.
You're welcome.
Especially on the short notice that we gave you on this. Thanks again. Next on the agenda, Marco, for the update from RS. Good morning, Marco.
Good morning. I hope you can hear me. My audio is working.
Everything is working, and the floor is yours.
Thank you. I'm also gonna share the slides. So. That is also working. Very good. Yeah, good morning once more. I just want to provide you with a very quick recap of my pre-recorded presentation that hopefully some of you had time to watch. Also the complete slide deck with the feedback from RS. And basically, I had 3 topics in my presentation, and I compressed each topic to 1 slide. The first one was a quick update on the IPv4 allocations, because since quite exactly 2 years, the RIPE NCC provides IPv4 allocations on a first-come, first-served waiting list system. And I show here a graph to you that shows how we handed it out. Maybe a quick explanation. You see here those columns show the monthly amount of allocations we gave out, starting from December 2019 till now. You see 3 colors there. So if it's blue, it means that we gave it out to an LAR that represent 1 member. If it's red, it was given to an LAR that has already that belongs to a member that has 2 up to 4 LAR accounts, and if it's yellow, it belongs to an LAR, or it was given to an LAR that belongs to a member with more than five and more LAR accounts. And yeah, you can see quite clearly something happened earlier this year around May that while until then we handed out an average 100 allocations per month, it peaked, and it peaked mostly because of requests from multiple LAR accounts. And as a result, actually just a few days ago, last week, we had to activate the waiting list again. So the demand exceeded what we had in stock on recycled space. And it's clearly related to those multiple LAR account requests. And the reason is quite simple. It is currently cheaper to open another LAR account than get a /24 on the market. And also, even if now the waiting list is activated, it is still counting that you have to run an LAR account for 3 years or more. It's still currently cheaper than get it on the market. And the consequence, of course, is for the real newcomers, they have to get in line and they have to wait longer. So right now, already I can tell you the people that now join the waiting list will not get any IPv4 this year, hopefully early next year. So the question would be, is there a review needed? Yes, Eric?
I have a question on this. So, you know, most of the people will have read the presentation and seen the whole video that you've done. Great, actually. Fairly enjoyed it, watching it. I would recommend for the people that haven't seen the video to review that after the session. Particularly on this, because I haven't seen any questions on this particular topic. In your view, how can we, besides the fact that we now have an actual active waiting list, we emailed about that last week or 2 weeks ago, that this was coming up. Is there, and that's particular also for the working group, do we see this as a problem? And if so, how do we want to fix this in the current waiting list policy, for instance, by limiting, for instance, the waiting list for only new LARs per organization, as an example. We have some time to discuss, and what is the idea about, you know, from the working group on this. And I also would like to hear your opinion on this, Marco.
Yeah, so then maybe I can go first. Indeed, what the working group can do is look at the policy. Currently, it is a clear rule that each LAR can request an IPv4 allocation if it has never received an IPv4 allocation from the RIPE NCC before. Mm-hmm. Of course, another option would be looking at the charging scheme, which would be from the member base, so not here in this working group. And also that would have earliest effect for 2023, because the charging scheme for 2022 is already decided. So the working group really could have a look at the policy and if there's any need to adjust something there.
Okay. We have Peter Hessler at the mic. Peter.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Good. So I only saw your video this morning, so this is only a half-baked idea. But I believe there's a potential policy proposal we can make to help with the situation. And essentially, it's a new type of status for an allocation, which is no transfer. And the short version is this address block could be allocated to the LAR as appropriate. They can use it as normal. However, this can never be transferred to another LAR ever. And in case they merge their LEAR accounts, this would then be returned to the RIPE NCC as part of the normal return process. They could transfer the LEAR ownership, but that LEAR has to stay allele for the entirety of that prefix. You would not be able to transfer it, and included in not being allowed to transfer, you cannot transfer it out of region as well. This, of course, would only apply to new IPv4 allocations. As much as we want to go back into the past, we can't. And I don't see a reason why this would need to apply to IPv6 or ASNs as well. So do you have a first thought on this? Does the community have some thoughts on this?
Well, as the author of the majority of the transfer policy that we currently have, the problem is with the merger and acquisition and of companies, where this might actually become an issue, and getting specific status on new to hand out IP space, because as you said, you can't go back. This might actually become, it doesn't solve this on the short term. I think moving into a way where we just limit the waiting list for new LARs, organizations having the first LAR might actually be more effective. Let me see. Gert, you were on the you were online as well.
Yes. Good morning, dear working group. It's a pleasure to just lean back and listen to you. But I want to comment on this. We have been at this point with the /22s and the AGM restrictions on there can only be one /22 per member. And I'm worried that this is not going the right way, because in many European jurisdictions, it's very easy and very cheap to just open a new company. So if we tell people you can only have one LRR account per member, they would just come up with new companies, and the real holder then gets hidden. So that would harm the registry. That said, I really like what Peter Hessler proposed. Change the transfer policy and have like a 10-year or forever restriction on these. Yes, there will be edge cases where this really hurts, and if your company gets acquired, then either keep the LRR account or return, or go to V6. But that would actually, I think, be effective. Thank you.
All right. Thanks for your comments. Hans-Peter.
Yes, thank you, Eric. So I may want to point you to the GM tomorrow, where the board will present some thoughts on potential changes to the charging scheme, where addressing the gap between setting up a new LIR and the fees versus the market price. So that's another way to deal with this, where one thing that I would like to see would remove the artificial creation of LIR just to get more address space, because we really do not have good support in the system for the distinction between LIRs and members. So either we would not need to put in considerable development time to get this really good in the back office system, or we would move into a world where there is a membership fee rather than an LIR fee in the future. So this is where address policy crosses charging scheme, and I think please come to the GM and listen to the proposal from the board. This is not up for voting at this time, but I think having the principles discussed now so that there can be a refined proposal in the May meeting to vote on is what we're aiming for. So I just wanted to throw that in here. So maybe if we're able to decouple the two of them, could be good.
Okay, thank you. Stefan, Sander.
Yeah, so basically want to second what Gert said, because if we don't limit the merger and acquisition path, then it will be too easy to just get rid of the LAR that way. So actually having a 10-year or forever limit on transferring, and also make it deregister when there's an M&A. So basically they can't just merge the LAR accounts would be the best way. But then you get into what Hans-Peter just said. So this is a very, very hard topic. We've discussed this in address policy many times, looked at many avenues, and if you close one way, you open another way, and if you solve one problem, you create another. So it's a very hard problem. And at some point, I must admit that I'm just okay with it as well, because if we keep solving the IPv4 problem instead of going to v6, so at some point, like it's a bit unpopular, but just let IPv4 rot in hell. It's fine. It's fine.
We'll get to the v6 problem later. We'll
I know, but like I said, I'm intentionally putting some more forceful words behind it, but
yeah,
I do notice my feeling is moving that way.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Thanks for your comments, Sander. Marco, back to you.
Okay, I'm gonna continue with the second topic, which is, I can keep it brief because it also ties in a bit what James Kennedy actually will present later with the database task force findings. That was also, and I had presented it at the last RIPE meeting. We do see quite some challenges for especially new members to understand why they have to create assignments to document their networks in the allocations, especially now with the /24 allocations, which is the smallest routable prefix and is a network. And we had a look at it. So it's still about 2/3 of those IPv4 allocations that are announced or in use are without assignments. So there is really, the definition of allocation and assignments is quite old and maybe need an update. But I would say I will move on at this moment to the next topic, and eventually it can be picked up when James Kennedy will present on the database task force findings.
Yeah, let me have a question about this to the working group on this particular topic. Is there, on this particular topic, what are the thoughts? I do agree that this particular part is a bit outdated, specifically if we're looking at v4. v6 will also need to have a look at this. But anyone in the audience that wants to voice an opinion on this? Otherwise, we'll leave it to when James is picking this up in the update on the database task force, because this is also on that topic something that we need to look into. Okay, moving on.
Okay. Then moving on, this is also a topic that is maybe like an old friend, because the RIPE NCC has reported a couple of times on that. You see here again a similar graph, but this time about IPv6 allocations that we handed out over the last 36 months. And it also was discussed on the mailing list that we see this trend of stockpiling. And so far the feedback was there are real use cases. That's true, too, that maybe an organization needs 2 or 3 allocations for different networks. There also was the feedback, okay, what is the harm? Because there's still enough IPv6 for everybody. But maybe if you just have a look at this graph, you can see a quite significant trend. Again, yellow means that these IPv6 allocations go to a member that has already 5 or more LARs and collected 5 or more IPv6 allocations. And if you see over the last 3 years, about half of the v6 allocations went to such multiple LAR accounts. And it feels a little bit, I use an example. It's like an all-you-can-eat buffet, so everybody can get what he wants, and you see somebody who's grabbing a lot of stuff from this buffet. So far, nobody is really impacted except of the waiter that has to fill up the table, so the RIPE NCC. But we keep on bringing it up to the community because there are potential problems in the future, especially also the conflict with the goals, which Leo will present. And the most obvious conflict is with the goal of conservation, which actually is probably outdated. That's why we actually are more concerned about conflicts with the goal of aggregation and also the goal of registration, because these basically some members now collected IPv6 allocations in amounts that put them in the top 10 of IPv6 space in the whole region, so that even just big players like Deutsche Telekom or France Telecom have more IPv6 space than them. But these companies are not, let's say, in the same league from their businesses. So that's why we keep on bringing it up, and we understand it's not a real painful issue right now for the working group, but it's really a trend that we find it concerning, and we want to bring it to your attention again.
Okay.
We have a couple of questions that have come in on the Q&A, and I'd like to read them out. Some of these are trailing a little bit the topic that we've just been talking about. So the first one is from Wolfgang Zenker from punkt.de GmbH. Another suggestion: stop giving out IPv4 space to members for free, but put available /24s up for auction. Only members allowed to bid, every participant making exactly one non-public bid, highest bidder wins. So that appears like a suggestion more than a question. So I won't ask you to respond to that. Next, we have from Jordi Pale Martinez, and he says,
he is referring to a question earlier about the Afrinic topic.
Yes. And he says, an inter-RIR transfer policy requires many months of job to coordinate with the other RIR systems. It may be faster now for Afrinic as the other 4 RIRs already did, but even so, you need to have availability of staff resources, mainly at Afrinic, but also at all the RIRs for implementing testing, etc. Then we have Michael Richardson of Sandelman Software Works. Hypothesis: the people grabbing 5+ LARs for IPv4 are just doing the same for IPv6, being ignorant. And then Maximilian Wilhelm, representing himself. Do we know if these allocations are in use in any way? And perhaps you could answer that.
Yes, I certainly can. So the biggest amount of allocations are currently not announced, so likely not in use, and they're probably just stockpiled for future plans. However, we also know of some of those organizations that actively offer big parts of their IPv6 allocations to other parties, to non-members, for a better price, basically than a membership, and basically to do whatever activities they can do with those V6 blocks.
May I ask a question? So back in the late 80s, early 90s, it was relatively common for large industrial organizations to say, well, we're going to start putting robots in our factories, automating manufacturing, and we're going to control them with IP. And they would get a block of IP addresses for their factory in City 1 and another block of addresses for their factory in City 2. Could we be seeing exactly the same sort of thing, but just for IPv6? And because it's a factory, they have no need to announce this address space on the internet. They just want unique address space to control their factory automation?
Not that I'm aware of. Those organizations that are, let's say, leading these activities to collect many IPv6 allocations, they are not they're not running factories or producing anything. In fact, even often you don't find much information about them in the internet, and and just by the name, they seem to be IT related, so nothing producing.
And also, if I can follow up on that point, with IPv4, we previously have seen stockpiling and mass distribution of IPv4 resources. Even with a former employer of mine was involved where, so say back 10, 15 years ago, it was much cheaper. These guys who were stockpiling to get address-based address blocks from them rather than the RIPE NCC instead of a membership. And then, over time, when the V4 began to become more valuable, even monetary value on the market, the prices used to up the prices to an extortionate amount, unaffordable amount. So yeah, the stockpiling conservation is one challenge and one danger, but there are other risks that I think we should definitely take into account and learn the lessons of IPv4 in that sense.
Yeah. So one of the topics that we see here is that we have the same graph basically as that we've seen with the multiple LARs for IPv4, and again the same. If it's the same group of people grabbing the same, doing the same land grab, maybe we should have a good discussion about being able to register multiple LARs. Because that could potentially fix two birds with one stone. Let's go to the queue at this point. I have Jordi as one. Jordi?
Yes. Even if I don't agree with what possibly it looks like tricks to get more IPv4 resources, I am not really too much worried about IPv4 anymore. It's over, basically. But yes, the problem is that we may have the same problem, which is ridiculous with IPv6 because there are enough resources in principle. But maybe the solution is not really just a policy, or maybe a combination of policy and internal procedure, in the sense of why not be more strict to allow additional LIR accounts? I mean, I think the actual policy is good if the justification for an extra or additional LIR account is good enough. You see my point, Marco?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Now, again, the point here is it is a policy, or it may be just an internal procedure, or you really need both. Because if it's a policy, we can start working on that very quickly in the list.
Well, I would say, I'm sorry, I would say that is a policy because the current policy requirements are very clear that every LAR can request a IPv6 allocation up to /29 without much questions or any questions asked, basically. And the result you see here in this graph.
Okay, we'll have to cut down the line for the question answers. Please take them to the list. We're overrunning otherwise pretty quickly. Marco, were there other topics, slides that you wanted to?
No, that's all basically.
All right. I do want to read out the questions that we see on the Q&A. Very quickly, Rinse Kluk. Rinse says, can it help to make the default v6 allocation size of an ISP dependent on the current IPv4 allocation it has?
Well, maybe others might chime in, but it might be a bit challenging because especially ISPs that don't have much IPv4 might need to invest in IPv6 indeed. So it might get difficult.
Okay. Then we have a random internet citizens named Remco van Mok. what percentage of V6 space has currently been allocated, and are we at risk of running out?
Yeah, of course, I think Remco knows the answer. It is a small fraction that so far has handed out. We are in the 2/12 that we have received from Ayana, I think 2 years ago. So indeed, the risk of running out is not there. It's, again, if I make this comparison of this all-you-can-eat buffet, there's still supply a lot, but it might not feel right for somebody to see the neighbor crapping and crapping as much as he can just because it's possible.
There are other risks other than conservation, right? Other dangers. Yeah.
Exactly.
Okay.
Yeah, like aggregation and registration is under potential risk, I think.
All right, we're 10 minutes out. So, James, your session will be cut short, definitely. We'll do a quick 5 minutes and see if we can grab some time back. Because I don't see we're even getting close to the time that we need for the V6 policy.
Yes, let me erase.
Thanks, Marco.
Thank you.
Thank you, Marco. So, hi everyone, James Kennedy here again. Quick update from the RIPE Database Task Force on a recommendation that we have for address policy. So I want to talk as much about process as about the actual recommendation because it's important to get that clear. Our report is, I'm happy to say, published finally on the RIPE website, and we encourage you all to read it. It contains, amongst other details, recommendations primarily based on input that we received from the community over the past 2 years since we started our task and our careful deliberations. The recommendations are not set in stone. They are to be discussed within the relevant working groups. And yeah, if a recommendation is by and large accepted, it will be implemented by the community and the RIPE NCC. How will depend on what exactly needs to be done, because in each case, yeah, it's not uniform across. So yeah, it depends on what needs to be done, and RIPE NCC will work with RIPE community to implement. And of course, if there's any change to policy, it needs to go through the established PDP policy development process. Let me just click on slide 2. So the recommendation itself that we have is to clean up as such or remove RIPE policies that state it is compulsory to register all IP version 4 PA assignments in the RIPE database, but keep this function of being able to create INET-num PA assignments, keep this function available for holders who still want to use it. As such, giving address holders the freedom to decide on whether they want to register their infrastructure assignments in the RIPE database or not, which in practice is actually what's happening today, but I'll get onto that later. We do the strong caveat. Please note that we do, however, recommend suballocating and partitioning part of your PA address space to a third party, another entity. This should be documented in the RIPE database. And yeah, please do note that we're not recommending forced deletion of existing assignments in the RIPE database. Again, going back to my former point, the freedom should be in the hands of the address holder, whether they want to make their infrastructure assignments in the RIPE database or not. So why do we come to this recommendation? Well, there are several reasons, but I listed out just a few here. Well, the core reason for registering PA assignments in the RIPE database in the first place was for an LAR to show to the RIPE NCC their utilization of their current address pools, and then in doing so, justifying a request for additional IP version 4 address space. However, this requirement has been since the RIPE NCC ran out of IP version 4 free pools in 2019. And yeah, I'll quickly go through. There are tremendous inconsistencies across how the current IP version 4 registration policies are applied. Some LIRs, some members register individual IP addresses into INET-num objects, while many other hold allocations, even ones that are being announced on the internet, they do not register any assignments in the RIPE database. So in the little table I have here, which was correct as of May this year, on the left is some details on the oversigning of individual IP addresses. So just a few LIRs who are doing it with over 10,000/32 assignments each in the RIPE database, while on the right-hand side is some details on under assigning as such. So almost 10,000, well, back in May, well, probably 10,000 LIRs at this stage hold allocations containing no assignments in the RIPE database. And also keep in mind, of course, since the RIPE NCC are handing out /24 PA allocations, this means that, yeah, the holder needs to register at least 2 assignments in our database /25 or smaller, because you can't have the same size allocation and assignment object in the RIPE database. It's a feature. And yeah, so today they have over 3,700 /24 allocations today. Multiply that by 2 will be the amount of assignments needs to go in the database at least. And 65% of the announced address allocations have 0 assignments in RIPE database. So the policy is basically not being applied in reality. And yeah.
This actually provides some additional issues with audits as well. If you do an ARC, this is one of the topics that's being addressed, where policy and reality are currently not in line. This was also addressed by Marco. The question, do we need to change this? I think it's well documented. And for me, as one of the chairs, I think it's definitely in need for an update.
Super. In regards to process, and the last point also within our documents, everyone please go and read. We do have some data management principles which we have as a guide for users how to manage their data in a database. There's also consistency and minimization, which we have as principles. And yes, the challenge of having, all these inaccurate, in some cases, assignments in the database relating to that. So the process for this recommendation in regards to potential implementation. So the steps are, we'll discuss it within the working group. If there's any other aspects that we need to take into account, that if there's any value, for example, that these policies provide that need to be taken into account, let's have that discussion. We don't have time now, but let's take it to the main list. And obviously, this will be to be implemented. We'll need some policy change. So in other words, we'll need volunteers to make a policy proposal to clean up these outdated policies.
Okay, so we'll take this to the mailing list. Thanks for the updates. We're running a bit short on time, so we'll not be taking any questions. We'll have a 5-minute break and then go in speed mode through the presentation of Leo. Thanks, James.
And my presentation will not take long.
Excellent, excellent. So, see you all in 5 minutes.
Hello, everyone. I hope you can hear me clearly. I hope you had an opportunity to refresh yourselves. I'm going to quickly walk through an introduction to the IPv6 policy goals. And the reason we're looking at this is it's essentially 20 years since we set these up. The goals that we have in RIPE 738 are basically the same as the ones we had in RIPE 246. The last statement in the policy goals is that aggregation should be considered the most important of those goals. The goals are here on the right-hand side of the screen, and I'm going to quickly run through what the titles mean. So uniqueness means that when you get your internet number resources, your IPv6 addresses in this case, they're yours uniquely worldwide. Registration is that they're in the database so that everyone knows who is responsible for those resources. And aggregation is that space should be distributed in a hierarchical manner according to the topology of your network infrastructure. Conservation, we shouldn't be unnecessarily wasteful. Fairness should take account of everyone who's already a member of the internet community and the people who might come in the future. And then minimized overhead, essentially make it a little bit easier to get your IPv6 address space than it was to get IPv4 address space. Certainly that was, I think, what was in people's minds at the time that we looked at these goals back about 20 years ago. So over the last 20 years, IPv4 has run out. We've introduced and refined transfer policies. We've introduced policies on publishing abuse contact information. The RIPE NCC publishes an annual report on requests for law enforcement agencies. And of course, this month, the RIPE NCC started publishing a report on the impact of sanctions on its operations. So we are in a significantly different world. The environment around us has changed. It is appropriate to go and consider whether the goals that we set out with 20 years ago are still applicable. And if they are still applicable, do we have goals that were more important then than they are now, and vice versa? Is there something that was held out as the most important goal, like aggregation? Is that now equal to the other goals, or are there two top goals, or whatever? So my questions here are not intended to go and set out, we must change things. But I think after 20 years, it is appropriate to go and say, hey, the world around us is changing. We should go and just take a look at what we set up 20 years ago. Is it still right? Do we need to be here, or should we be going in some other direction? And so this is our discussion. I appreciate we only have a few minutes left for our discussion, but I'd like to offer the floor to anyone who would like to make a point, or alternatively, we could just go and take this to the mailing list, which it will end up back with anyway. Gert, I see that you want to share.
We have Gert.
Yes, thank you. Thanks for bringing up the topic. My personal take on this is that our policies have been a tremendous success, because it's very easy for people that want to run an IPv6 network to get space, to get big blocks of space. That said, looking again after 20 years is definitely a good thing, and I want to volunteer to help with that. I've been sort of involved in what's there, so yeah.
Yeah, I was hoping you were going to step up and not leave the scene here, Gert. Let's see. Perhaps we'll have another IPv6 enthusiast that is willing to assist Leo on this, or Gert on this?
On the chat, I see that Sander has put his hand up.
Excellent. Then we'll have 2 great volunteers to run this project for us. On the topic with the allocation assignments, we'll need 2 volunteers, or at least 1 volunteer as well.
We do have a couple of questions in the Q&A. So while we look for volunteers, let me just read them out in parallel for time's sake. So Tom Hill of BT asks, would justifying your use still not be required when transferring in address space from another ORAR? Would that process be made more complex?
That is in regards to the question on the database task force topic, with the assignments being removed as registered in the database. Yes, you need to provide plan if you want to have inter-RER transfers to the RIPE region. So from the RIPE region, that is not an issue. To the RIPE region, you need to provide that you have a plan for usage for V4. But it doesn't come into the requirement of doing it in the RIPE database. Then there's a question from Jordi. Do you want to read it out, James?
Happy to. From Jordi, I think aggregation is still the same important goal. I would not change that, but maybe we need to consider other issues. Count on me.
Okay. Then do we have, let me go back to the chat. Jordi wants to participate in providing input in the V6 policy.
Just to give everybody else an opportunity as well, does anybody else want to join the motley crew to review and refresh V6 policy if necessary?
Yeah, we'll definitely have a good discussion on this topic in the on the mailing list.
Yes.
This will not be an easy one to fix within a couple one-liners, and we'll. I propose that we'll take this to the mailing list. This will conclude the time that we have on the current address policy working group session. I want to thank the scribe, thanks to chat monitor, and all the people participating, especially the people that presented with the videos, and thanks to co-chairs. Then we'll see you all in Berlin, let's hope, for the next session, and if not, online. And we'll definitely see each other on the mailing list. And for people that want to chat after this, let's move to spatial chats and head out for lunch. Thanks, everyone.
Thanks, everyone. Have a good week ahead, and we'll speak on the mailing list.
Hey, isn't this a great moment to listen to some radio?
I was honored to be on our next performer's new video. And if I ever record an album, I want this guy to produce mine and make me beautiful duets. 'Cause he's freaking genius! Ladies and gentlemen, here it is. The most listened to radio show even the other stations are tuned in too.
Nah, I don't think I'll be listening to radio today. I think I'll be playing. So, welcome everybody to our second RIPE 83 Kahoot quiz. My name is Gerardo Vivier, and I am your quiz master. We are broadcasting today from an old radio station located just behind your computer screen. And the topic of the quiz today is all about IPs. And of course, it is sponsored today by the Amsterdam Internet Exchange, AMSIX. Let me tell you once again how to play the game. So I'm going to show you a couple of questions, and I'm going to show you 4 possible answers.
Good luck.
Not yet. And the person who presses the correct answer the fastest gets the most points on that round. And the person to have the most points at the end of the quiz wins a beautiful, lovely RIPE 83 t-shirt. So while we wait people to sign up and join us, let's remember what the topic is. I'm going to repeat it. It's all about IPs, and it has to do a lot about IPs and block listing and stuff like that. So if you've attended our latest and greatest webinar, you'll know all about it. And I see 49 people, and it's time to start. So prepare your fingers, prepare your brains, because this is the Kahoot, and it starts right now. First question: who registers the assignments made by LARs in the RIPE database?
1.
Only one of these does it. Is it the IPRAs? Is it the RIPE NCC? Is it the end users, or is it the LIRs? One of these 4 has to register the assignments made by LIRs in the RIPE database. Again, RIPE NCC, IPRAs, end users, or the LIRs. And the right answer is, of course, the LIRs. They make the assignments, they register them. And let's check the leaderboard. Michael 166 at the front, Schave, Nimsock 269, Simon 296, and RSC 911. Too many numbers today. Question number 2. Can any AS number announce any prefix? So if you have an AS number and you have a prefix and it's not yours, can you actually configure that in your router to announce it? So one answer is that's illegal. And another is, you mean hijack? And then I trust nobody will do it. And of course, the last answer, yes. And the right answer is yes. Can any AS number announce any AS prefix? Yes. Who's stopping you from figuring it? Nothing, nobody. It's possible. Should you? That's a different question. Leaderboard: Jack 219 taking the lead, BM, Michael 166, Kron 2, and Harry 794. On to question number 3. And this one means you can have several answers. Which measures can help prevent address space hijacking? Is it creating roots or root 6 objects? Is it creating ROAs? Is it implementing BCP38? Or is it, of course, disconnecting from the internet, the ultimate address space hijacking prevention? So one of these 4 is the right measure, and boom, actually 3 of them. Creating ROAs, creating route 6 objects, and implementing BCP38, disconnecting from the internet, will do nothing. So leaderboard says Vista 622, Kron 2, Michael 166, Paul H 589, and Harry 794. On to the next question. Which of these is not a regional internet registry? Is it the APNIC, is it the ARIN, is it the LACNIC, or is it the ASO? One of these four is hiding. It's hiding behind the applause because it's not a regional internet registry. It's something different. And the right answer is boom, ASO. The ASO is not a regional internet registry. It's the association of all 5 regional internet registries. Oh, that's a tongue twister. And let's check the leaderboard. Kron 2, Vista 622, Michael 166, Paul H 589, and Harry 794. Rough, yes, Fido. Next question. What is a zombie? What is a zombie? Is it an open mail relay? Is it a disgruntled employee? Is it a bot, or is it an open recursive DNS resolver? One of these 4 is the right question, or actually the right answer.
Whatever.
Yeah, you don't care, but I do. So what is a zombie? Disgruntled employee? A bot? Yes, it is a bot. A bot, part of a botnet, also called a zombie. Vista 622 at the front, Michael 166, Harry 794, Henning, and D9790. Sounds like a cousin to C3PO. Which RIPE NCC tool can you use to see the history of a prefix? Oh! Is it the LAR portal? Is it RIPEstat? Is it RIPE Atlas? Or our new unpresented tool called IP Gossip? Wouldn't that be cool? Have a tool called IP Gossip? Showing you everything we know. And the right answer is, of course, RIPEstat, which has all this glorious source of data, which shows it on one page, the one-stop shop. Michael 166 taking the lead, Vista 622, Harry 794, Henning, and D9790. On to the next question. Ouch! Which object can you create in the RIPE database to show your BGP intentions? So you go to the RIPE database, you say, I want to demonstrate my BGP intentions. So which one of these 4 objects do you create? Is it the INET6 num? Is it the auth num? Is it the root 6? Or is it the BGP root object? Magical object. So which one is it? The right answer is, of course, the root 6. It's the object that links a prefix with an AS number and says, this is what I intend to do, and BGP, make sure to set up your filters. And the leaderboard again changing. Vista 622 at the front, D9790, Jurian 84, Kron 2, and Simon 296. Onwards we go. Question number 8. And this is also a multi-select, so you can have multiple correct answers. What kinds of blocks can you encounter? What kind of block lists can you encounter? Semi-closed, public, semi-open, or private? Which one of these is a type of block list that you might encounter on the internet? Yeah, I know the answer too, Flipper. And it is, boom, you can have either public or private block lists. There's no such thing as semi-closed or semi-open. That's nonsense. Leaderboard changing again. D9790 taking the lead. Suki Max coming up. Vista 622, Chris 407, and Ferry. Question number 9.
Why not?
Yeah, why not? Which number resources are used to identify a network or group of networks? Listen carefully. Which number resource is used to identify a network or group of network?
Are you crazy?
No, of course not. Are they lucky numbers? Are they IPv4 addresses? Are they IPv6 addresses? Or are they AS numbers? I personally like the lucky numbers, but the correct answer is the AS number, the autonomous system number, which is used to identify a network or group of networks. D9790 at the lead, Stucky Max coming in close, Vista 622, Chris 407, and Ferry. Question number 10, you only have 2 left. Which of these will most probably land you on a block list? So if you do one of these things, it will most probably land you on a block list. Is it hosting a Quake server? Is it mass mailing? Is it hosting FTP? Or is it hosting a website? One of these 4 activities might most probably land you on a block list, and it is, guess what? Mass mailing, of course. That one was an easy one. Leaderboard says D9790 still at the lead. Stucky Marks coming in close. Vista 622, Ferry, Chris 407. And we have the last question, people. This is the question that makes or breaks. What is the first step to removing your IPs from a block list? Is it contacting the block list? Is it checking traffic logs? Is it checking your security measures? Or is it not panicking? Oh, no! One of these four is the right first step to removing your IPs from block lists. Check your security measures, check your traffic logs, contact the block list, or don't panic. That's right. And he screamed the right answer. It's don't panic. The first step. It's on a block list, not the end of your life. Come on. Let's check then who won today's quiz. It wasn't you, Turkey. Stucky Marks coming in at number 3, D9790, and number 1. Oh, yeah! Chris 407. Yes, sir. Now, thank you, everybody, for playing. We hope you had fun and learned something new. And thank you to our sponsor, the Amsterdam Internet Exchange. Join us again tomorrow at the same time, same public station. And now, please enjoy the next RIPE 83 session. Adios, amigos.
Hi. I think the clock chimed true at it being noon UTC, aka the start of the routing working group. Welcome everyone. This is the RIPE 83 routing working group session. The routing working group concerns themselves with all aspects of IP routing technology. In the slot, we have 4 presentations, all very exciting content. But let's first pull up the slides with our administrivia, or however you pronounce that word. Let's see. If you have a question for the presenter, please use the Q&A function. Otherwise, if you want to comment on the content as it streams past on your screen, use the chat. Please be polite and respectful to each other. All questions will be read out loud so that the scribes can also catch them. Paul will be doing that. And I guess our first presentation is from Pavlos Serpesis. I fear I did not pronounce that name correctly. Pavlos will be sharing a perspective on estimation of the impact of BGP hijacks. Pavlos, welcome, and I look forward to your presentation.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for welcoming me. And you pronounced quite well my last name. It's Serpesis. Okay. So let me share my screen. And no. So you can see now my screen, right?
Yes, we can hear you loud and clear and see your screen.
Okay, that is great. So hello everybody, I'm Pavlos Serpesis. I'm a researcher at the Data Lab at the Aristotle University of Thessaloniki in Greece. And today I'll talk to you about a recent work we did about how to estimate the impact of an ongoing hijack. And this presentation is based on the recent research paper, where you can see at the bottom of the slide, and how to estimate this hijack with measurements, and what are the problems that happen when these measurements are from the public internet measurement infrastructure, like RIPE or route views, and what we can do to avoid these problems that appear. So I suppose that all of you know what is BGP, and let's say that we have a network that we operate, that's on the bottom here, and we announce our IP prefixes, and everyone in the internet, all ASs here, learn and route their traffic to us. So they become blue, as blue is the color of our network. And then a malicious network comes and does some type of hijack. It can be any type of hijack, and it achieves to attract traffic from some networks. We denote these networks with a black color here. So what do people do in order to defend hijack? Is at first they detect hijacks, and how this is usually done, it's using public monitoring infrastructure like RIPE or route views, where they can see the wrong BGP paths that are propagated. And there has been a lot of research, and there are a lot of tools that can even achieve a near real-time detection, for example, Artemis. So it's a bit self-advertising because that was done by my previous group. But when you detect hijack, what do you do next? Then you have to proceed to mitigation. And in terms of mitigation, there is not only a single action you can take. So you can do some filtering or call some people or do the aggregation by yourself or ask someone else to announce your prefixes or pay someone else to black hole, etc. And since these different actions have different costs, there is a decision you have to make there. Which action should I take? And let's say you chose an action. Was this enough? Is the hijack now mitigated? How do you know? And should you do something more? Now, in order to answer this question, we propose that someone needs to know what's the impact of the hijack, what's the impact of the hijack before the mitigation, so he can tell what is a good cost efficiency trade-off for different mitigation measures, and after the mitigation, so he can see what are the effects after the mitigation action he took. So this is the problem we investigate, to estimate the impact of an ongoing hijack. And in terms of impact, you can divide it in different ways. A very simple definition, we can start from this. It's that the impact is the number of AESs that are infected by the hijack. So for example, here, the impact would be 3 because there are 3 AESs that are infected by the hijack. So in this research work, what we did, we tried to estimate the impact of an ongoing hijack through measurements and to find if the estimations we can do with public internet monitoring infrastructure like RIPE route collectors are accurate. And second, if they are not accurate, how we can make them more accurate. And in fact, to our best knowledge, this topic has not been studied before, or we are not aware of any tools that are trying to do an accurate estimation of hijack impact. So let's see an example. We have the same example as before, and the actual impact of the hijack, it's 3 over the entire population of AESs. So in this case would be 3 because there are 3 black AESs over 8 because there are 8 AESs in total. However, if we have monitors like peers that provide feeds to route collectors in these 3 AESs, because we don't have everywhere monitors, the impact that we would estimate would be 1 over 3. And as you can see, the actual value with the estimated value, they have a difference. And this is the estimation error. So our first objective was to calculate how much, to quantify how much is this error in general. So what we did different experiments. And here in this plot, you can see the x-axis is the number of monitors we use, and the y-axis is the error. The higher, the worse. So as we can see with public infrastructure, the continuous lines, the error never drops less than 9%, 9 or 10%, depending on the infrastructure you're using. However, if we could do a random sampling and measure any AES we would like, we could achieve a much lower error. So why there is this gap? The answer is because there is a location bias in the locations of the public infrastructure. And this location can be geographic location or network size location. So the problem here is that while we would like to achieve this error, we can only achieve this error with public infrastructure. Now, our next question is how we can improve this. And in order to improve this, we tried 2 different approaches. In the first approach, we tried to use our own measurements and not public infrastructure. And in particular, we're proposing to do ping measurements. And why ping? Because we can ping any AES we want, and we can do, and in this way, we can do random sampling, which, as we saw before, achieves the best performance. However, in this case, we should be careful of ping failures. So in this case, in this approach, we propose the methodology that I'll show you next. And in the second approach, it's to still use public infrastructure measurements, but try to identify the correlations and the bias and remove them. So in the first approach, our methodology that we tried is quite simple. So the first step is to find pingable IP addresses for every AS, which means IP addresses that answer to pings. And we got them from AntLab's IP hit list. And then we ping multiple IP addresses per AS for redundancy. And if at least of these ping replies, pings reply to us, then we infer that the AS is not affected by the hijack, which is an assumption, but that's a first step. So what we have seen, we have seen that doing this thing, we can achieve the best in theory performance because we actually do random sampling. And in fact, some guidelines we have found from our results is that we don't have to ping a lot of addresses, at least 2 addresses for each AS, for each AS we measure is enough, and we only have to measure a few hundreds of ASs. We don't have to measure everything for a good estimation. Now, in the second approach, we use the public measurement infrastructure plus machine learning in order to remove this bias. So what we do, we collect past measurements from hijacks, we train a machine learning model, and when a new hijack comes, we collect measurements and estimate the hijack. So the results are shown in this plot, where with the continuous line, you can see the error with public infrastructure, the one I showed you before, and with the continuous line with circles, you can see the improved performance when using this machine learning model. And the key findings here is that this model, or some improved versions of this, could eliminate the bias. And in our experiments, we have shown that we don't need a lot of past data to train these models. So, summarizing, what we have shown in our work is that the estimations of hijack impact from public monitoring infrastructure are biased. They have 10% error. And what we can do for this is at first use pings from your own network. A few hundreds of pings could give you a 2% error, or use infrastructure and smartly remove the bias with machine learning. And in fact, this second thread, it's a part of our ongoing work on our AI for Netmon project. It's a recent project that was funded also by RIPE NCC, and whose goal is to reduce bias in infrastructure for different use cases, not only for hijack and the impact estimation. And what we would like from you is to give us feedback. In fact, to tell us how useful do you find the proposed solutions. Of course, I show you here a high-level version. You can find more information in the paper or just contact us. And second, to propose us other important use cases apart from hijacking, where you would like to study the bias, what's important for you. And in terms of this, we have prepared a survey as a part of our project. So it's a 10-minute survey, something like this, where you can provide us feedback. And of course, you can contact us, and a relevant chat on Thursday happens. It's in the RISC Jam. It's still again about the RISC infrastructure, what you can do and what you cannot do. And with this, I would like to thank you for listening to this talk.
Thank you so much for this wonderful presentation. I see somebody standing in the microphone queue. Randy,
Yeah. So can you tell, first of all, thank you for the presentation. 2 good approaches and quite interesting. Do you know, have you learned anything about the topology of the, quote, blast radius? In other words, depending upon where the attack is located, what shape within the topology, and, does it get past tier 1s? Questions like that. Are you starting to look at that? That would be very interesting to me. Thank you.
Thanks a lot. I hear some echo. Okay, so I can go on. So that's a very interesting comment. We could we could dive deeper on this. We have some initial plots in the paper. We have shown that some attacks from Europe to Latin America have different estimation error than Europe to Europe and stuff like this, which is more or less it's expected. And some initial results we try to do which monitors give a more unbiased view if they are on tier 1 ISPs or not. But in the paper we have really preliminary results, and these are some things, some topics we investigate in our current project. But in any case, thanks for the feedback, and I think that's interesting to investigate more. I don't have more insights, your useful insights to tell you now about this.
Let's allow another few seconds to see if more people have questions or feedback.
No questions.
All right, Pavlos, thank you so much for sharing your insights. And until next time.
Thank you for inviting me. Bye-bye.
Next up, we have Ties de Kok from an organization called RIPE NCC, who will be sharing with us an update on RPKI and other related infrastructure. Ties, the floor is yours.
I cannot share the screen yet because there's still something shared. Okay, I think that helped. And I really want to share my screen, and I think that this window, click, 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 is the one you guys want. Okay, hi. My name is Ties de Kok. I'm a software engineer in the RPKI team at the RIPE NCC, and I will give an update on our work for this last period. And I'll start with a very short update about the items on our roadmap that we worked on. First of all, Radically Open Security did a source code review of the certification authority software and the pen test of RPKI related systems. And for this pen test, the relevant parts of Portal, RIPE Access, the RPKI dashboard, and other endpoints were in scope. We aim to publish the source code review and the pen test report by the end of December, and we are preparing to open source the CA code. We also did some work that should be completely invisible to you all. Namely, we are migrating the offline trust anchor key, so the key for which the public key is in the TAL file, to a new HSM early December. For this transfer, 3 out of 5 admin card holders for the old HSM and all 5 admin card holders of the new HSM need to be present in person. So you can imagine that this was kind of hard to set up. Finally, over the next few sheets, I'll give you details of our work on the RPKI repositories and an overview of our monitoring and alerting setup, as I think we promised on the routing working group. So let me recap on how we used to deploy rdp.ripe.net. rdp.ripe.net was deployed when RPKI adoption was still very low in early 2016. rdp.ripe.net was first seen in certificates on the 12th of January 2016. I looked it up yesterday, to be honest. And it was a single instance deployed on AWS Elastic Beanstalk behind the CDN. In parallel to publishing to RDP, the CA software publishes to rsync, which runs in 2 data centers behind the load balancer. By now, the majority of the relying party instances started to use RDP, and while the publication server was updated over time, so the software itself, the deployment was never revisited. Meanwhile, RPKI usage grew quite a bit, with monthly traffic being 26 gigabytes in January 2018, 2.5 terabytes a month in January 2020, and 53 terabytes last month. So that's serious growth, I would say. Over the last period, we revisited how publication works in our CA software. And one of the things you may have heard about is that we changed how we write rsync repositories. We also added support for publishing to multiple publication servers, which need to have the same external URL because that URL is in the certificates at the same time. And of course, we also monitor that the same files are present in the CA software, in the various rsync servers, and in the various publication servers. We improved the publication server software and deployed it in the RIPE NCC network. This is a direct result of the concerns about the RIPE NCC using cloud technologies. We've deployed the publication server. We have deployed 2 instances of the publication server in 2 data centers behind the load balancers, and we made them as independent as possible. So they have separate database servers and different session IDs. And because the session IDs are different, only one can be active at a time. Finally, the instance in AWS is still available as a warm standby. And yeah, this is our new setup for rdp.ripe.net. Now, let's move on to monitoring and alerting. Ooh, that was loud. As you may know, RPKI is a critical service, and we have an engineer on call for it 24/7. We defined 4 priorities for our alerts, and the high priority alerts, so P1 and P2 in production, are sent to the engineer on call. All the alerts go to various chat channels and to email. We also check that alert delivery actually works, and we have additional alerts in place if the alert delivery is failing. So we are monitoring the monitoring, I guess. We have set up quite a large number of alerts over time, and we are continuously tuning them like almost daily to improve the signal to noise ratio. And we even have some rules that, even though they never triggered on historic data, were created based on thresholds that we see in the numbers. And that's how we caught, for example, a recent fan failure in one of our HSMs, where the fan RPM was slowly dropping, and at some point it triggered the alert. I will now show you what the alerts actually look like to us. And I have to stress that both of these alerts are not production incidents. The alert on the left is from our test environment when there was an expired manifest. And what you see here is that we run RPKI client repeatedly with a wrapper. We screen scrape the output. That creates Prometheus metrics. And the metrics for those metrics, you have defined alerts. And the alert ended up in chat. On the right, you see an alert that was delivered by SMS to a phone when the number of objects dropped below 95% of the 24-hour maximum. And in this case, it was a software glitch. So yeah, where do we get our metrics from? The areas we monitor are our certification authority software, the content that's actually in the repositories, and the results that relying party software gets. We monitor our staging and production environment, and monitoring is part of our quality assurance process. We have added metrics in our applications, and we run external monitoring tools. One example of this are the metrics from various RPKI validators, such as the RPKI client one that I just described. And we also use monitoring specific tools. And here we built, for example, a project that we call RPKI monitoring that compares the content of the repositories, so the tuples of the file name and the hash between various rsync servers and various RDP servers and the CA software itself. We also create metrics from our smoke and end-to-end tests. And with that, we make sure that important flows for our users, such as logging in and having a working RPKI dashboard, or that when you create a row, it actually shows up in a validator, are working. I also want to do a quick call out here to a tool that may be useful for network operators, which is StayRTR's RTRmon. You can use this to check that the serial of an RTR session is increasing and that the RTR session is in sync with the JSON from a validator. But you can also compare 2 JSON endpoints. And we use this to check that VRPs that are in our CA software end up in validators after some time. And this is one of the alerts you will see on the next sheet, where I will show the alerts that happen in the hypothetical situation where our CA software stops working. On this sheet, from left to right, you see the timeline of a part of the alerts that would fire if our CA software just stops working. The earliest alert that's likely to fire is a really simple one, which checks the number of error messages that were logged over time. And this is an alert that has a very good signal to noise ratio in practice in our test environment. And when something is wrong, it fires almost immediately. The second alert, after about 10 minutes in this diagram, is a check that our publication process is running. And this publication process is one of the batch jobs that are basically the heartbeat of our CA system. A bit later, the alert that VRPs do not show up in a validator based on RTRmon fires. And after about an hour, because we run it every hour, the end-to-end test that checks that VRPs that are created through the API end up in a validator files. Finally, and for this you need to remember that manifests are recreated when they have 16 hours of time left before they expire. About 14 hours after publication stops, we detect that objects are about to expire and that alert would fire. And I hope to never see that one in practice, to be honest. This was only part of the alerts that we have in practice. And for example, we also have an alert that's very similar to the one about objects about to be expired that checks that there are recent objects that have been created. So in practice, we would notice much earlier that publication stops. I hope these sheets gave an overview of the monitoring and alerting that we have set up. And now I'll open up the floor for questions. Should be a few minutes left.
Thank you so much, Thies. This was very insightful and impressive. Are there questions from the audience in relation to?
Not at the moment, no.
Well, we can do 60 seconds of uncomfortable silence.
We can do the elevator music again.
Please no. I do see in the chat some compliments. Tim Brussels says, nice setup. Peter Hessler says, very nice, thanks. Robert Leichsering applauds.
We've got a question. From Jiri Raska, how many engineers are notified when an error occurs? Thanks.
That's a really good one. And what we have right now is during office hours, we see all the alerts and we react on them. But outside office hours, only one engineer receives these alerts. And I'm not sure if we have automated escalation set up right now. But basically only one person is paid to receive the alerts, so only one gets them at night. But our experience is that most of the stuff happens during the daytime and around deployments and stuff that we do ourselves.
And that is probably how things are in most organizations.
And one more bit there. We actually also make sure that when we deploy, we do this like at the end of the morning. So we have a large part of the day left to see what happens and to see if any of the metrics change. Because if you, even if you change like something in the testbed of validators that we have, and one of those alerts starts to fire, you may have a lot of alerts over the weekend if you change something there. We have quite trigger-happy alerting rules in some areas. So we really need to make sure that we tune those in parallel with changing the software.
I see somebody queued up for the microphone.
Yeah, thank you, Thies. It sounds amazingly like a production operation. And so it's really nice to see this mature in this way. So can you feed the alerts to an IRC channel so we can watch? Or some subsection of them, or some visibility and transparency that the particular technology was just a suggestion.
So
I can understand how you might feel that's revealing too much, but there's some space in there because a bunch of us care about it, and a bunch of large infrastructure services do have automatic status visibility.
Thank you for the question, Randy. I think that getting a status page that's more automatically updated was part of its ongoing work right now. And I've heard, I think there are two components here. I think we can definitely give more insight in the technology that we use. I kept it out of the sheet, but it's the standard Prometheus setup. And this is more for Natalie. I think you're basically asking whether we can publish part of our internal metrics on the roadmap, or would that help you?
Roadmaps are for presentations at RIPE meetings. Real-time metrics and status. Something in my network's funny. God, it looks like this router has funny rows. Hey, is the RIPE noticing anything in their publication, or is it me?
Natalie Treneman also joined the queue, so if she wants to comment, now is a good time.
Yes, can you hear me?
Loud and clear.
Wonderful. Okay. Yes, Randy, thanks for the suggestion. I saw you make that suggestion, I think, a couple of weeks ago already on the list, and we are definitely looking into what level of transparency we can provide in terms of the monitoring and alerting. We have to see what goes on the public status page. That will be for all our services. But on a separate notion, we can definitely look into what we can share.
And one thing I may want to add here, I think I was quite clear when I showed the example alerts. Right now, the majority of our alerts are false positives because we're really trying to be on the side of having more alerts rather than miss something. So yeah, we would need to figure out which ones are relevant, and opening up the metrics. Opening up the metrics sounds really interesting because that also allows others to yeah, basically look at historic data that's there. So it's an interesting suggestion for me, at least.
So if I see a dip in what I'm receiving, I can look and say, their publishing graph is straight. It's me. I'm just trying to diagnose my network, which is depending upon your service.
Yeah, it's what people are using, like I've seen the Wikimedia Routonator instances referenced for this recently. I think you can, of course, use the public validators by RIPE for this. But yeah, we could be more transparent here. It's an interesting suggestion.
I see one question from Rudiger Volk.
Yeah, Rudiger wants to know, did I miss the information on how and which events get publicly reported?
I think over the last year, at least since last December, we have publicly disclosed all the events that we really saw, which we thought were externally visible. But if you think you notice something, please let us know, because it may be something we missed. But we really try to be transparent about what events we see. I don't think there is a written policy in any case in these slides about what we publish and what we don't publish.
Thank you, Ties. And with that, we will move on to the next topic, which is certificate transparency and discoverability. I reached out to the fine people at Google who are absolute masters when it comes to certificate transparency, and pleaded that they should inform our community about what it is, how it works, what the benefits are. And to this effect, Martin Hutchinson indicated willingness to teach us more about certificate transparency. So Martin, the floor is yours. Thank you so much for being here.
Yeah, thanks, Joe. That was quite a brutal introduction, but thank you. Let's see if I can just share this tab. Okay, cool. Okay, cool. So yeah, I'm Martin Hutchinson, and with me on the call here as a participant at the moment is Al Cutter as well. We're both from Google and from the Trust Fabric team, which is responsible for operating Google's transparency logs. So yeah, we're talking about certificate transparency here in the Web PKI sent, nothing to do with at the moment for the certificates that we're talking about in the routing world. So yeah, we're going to go over a little overview of certificate transparency as it works today, and then a little framework for how people, once you take these transparency lessons, can design their own similar systems. So we rewind a little. What was the problem, right? So before certificate transparency, CAs are outright trusted to issue certificates. Browsers that get a certificate from a trusted CA will trust it and will kind of follow along with that, which is fine, but obviously certificates can be misissued, whether that's by accident, whether it's a bug or human error. There could be some sort of social engineering inside threat or coercion, and obviously another way that this can happen is just key material can just be stolen through hacking, say, and exfiltrated. And so all of that can mean, if a private key material has been compromised and a bad certificate has been issued, the owner of this bad certificate and web PKI can really choose to hide that from being discovered for quite a long time, because there's the nature of TLS connections, kind of they show the certificate to one person at a time, and therefore this lack of transparency in sort of where certificates are shown really makes it possible to kind of hide these misissued certificates and for the attacks to keep on going. And this isn't just a theoretical problem, right? If you do a quick Google around, and there's stuff on the security Google blog talking about kind of problems that have happened with CAs. So it's not to say that trust is outright a bad thing, right? But we want to trust but verify. So how does certificate transparency solve this? And it's quite simple in the heart of it, which is all certificates must be in a log, and this log, all these logs are publicly visible, which allows any misissued certificates to come to light. Now, we could just ask the CAs to put all the certificates in logs, but the real kind of carrot or the stick here, I guess, is browsers won't trust the certificate unless they can have proof that it's in a trusted log. And because of that, certificates then are compelled to be in these logs so that they will be useful, right? And once the certificates are in a public log, then verifiers can come along to inspect all of those certificates that are in the log and identify any bad ones. The only real verifier, so there's lots of people that can look for kind of strange patterns maybe in certificate issuance, but the real proper true verifier for any certificate is the domain owner for that certificate, because you should be able to go to a transparency log, look through all the certificates in it, and the only certificates for your domain should be the ones that you've requested, and there should be no other ones in there. So that's the kind of property we're looking for with the transparency. So how are the certs issued, right? So what do things look like sort of at high level to a degree of approximation inside a CA, right? So the certificate authority receives a certificate signing request. The first job they will have is to confirm that the person making this request is genuinely the owner of the domain for which the certificate will apply. And then internally, they were going to create this pre-certificate, it's an X509 certificate containing provided public key and the domains. And then there's a little kind of dance that needs to happen with the transparency logs, where this pre-cert is sent to the log, and then some artifact proving that the certificate has been logged is sent back to the CA. Once the CA has enough of these artifacts, they can create a final certificate, and then we can pass that along to the domain owner. So yeah, if we go a little bit more detail in what are verifiable logs. So it's a Merkle tree, so it's a binary tree using cryptographic hashing. to make sure that the data, any changes to the data would be tamper evident, right? And the logs support very efficient cryptographic proof that any certificate is contained within the log, that the view of the log that you're seeing today is consistent, i.e. append only, to any view you previously had of the log, and that all parties in the world, you know, the verifiers, believers, you know, so other browsers are all seeing the same view of the log. And this is exactly what you need. If any of these properties weren't there, it would be very hard to realize the kind of transparency benefits. So if we ask kind of like, what is log transparency really? So in certificate transparency, it's a mechanism to make sure that all certificates are discoverable. And I think discoverability for me is transparency is a good word, but I prefer discoverable, which discoverability here is meaning that all the stakeholders get to see the same list of certificates, right? And so yeah, browsers, that's domain owners, and certificate authorities, and any sort of security researchers and other interested parties as well. And if we look at this from another perspective, right, certificates are effectively a claim. And the claim that we're interested in, you know, the frame that I'm talking about here is this public key was legitimately requested for the specified domain or domains that are inside the certificate. Now, browsers are believing that. Domain owners can verify that if they can find the certificates. And CAs are making this claim. And interestingly, CAs can also verify this claim, right? So the idea of like if key theft has happened, CAs, any certificate that's been really created by the CA should be able to say, yeah, I created that one. But if there's any certificate being created that they weren't aware of, then that would really indicate kind of processes being broken there, or internally the log keep, the record keeping, or that the key theft has happened. And so this way of looking at things as claims, believers, and verifiers, we have documentation for that. It's linked below, and it's called the claimant model, which is just gives us precise terminology for discussing logs and designing ecosystems. Because really what we're trying to get is more people to use transparency, but not to directly copy certificate transparency or just be putting their stuff, you know, inside certificate transparency blindly. The goal here is to get people to take the lessons that, from certificate transparency and what works really well about it, and to design their own ecosystems with logs. And so this property of discoverability, which basically means anything that's been trusted can eventually be verified. We found homes for this property in other ecosystems, right? So Pixel 6 recently launched with binary transparency for its factory images. And then there's various firmware transparency projects. So F-Secure have an Armory Drive and SIG Store, which is Record, have very active projects happening at the moment. And quite notably, the Go programming language has a module proxy, which is at some.golang.org, which also uses transparency logs at the heart of it to make sure that everybody sees the same commitments to modules that they're depending on. So yeah, that's transparency, and there's more information there at transparency.dev, but I'll turn it over now for any questions.
Thank you so much, Martin.
No questions in the Q&A yet.
If I may add a comment from my personal perspective on how certificate transparency is applicable to the RPKI infrastructure, what I personally am interested in is not keeping track of all ROAS or BGPsec certificates that are issued. Those are all entity certificates or EE certificates, but to keep a close eye on the CA certificates, aka how entitlements to internet number resources are distributed by the RIR And if, for example, an RIR by accident grants an entitlement to the wrong certificate authority. So this is where I think a full log of certificates in a Merkle tree will have significant, will help us increase our trust in the ecosystem.
No more questions? Nope.
If anyone has any questions at a later moment, please send them to the Routing Working Group mailing list, and I'll, as chairs, will make sure that experts from outside our specific field of work will help answer any such questions. Martin, thank you so much for sharing your time and insights, and until next time. With that, we will switch to the next presentation by Pim van Pelt. Pim van Pelt recently took on an adventure to renumber his autonomous system from one number to a slightly better looking number. And Pim will share his experiences in this renumbering project. Pim, the floor is yours.
Thanks, Job, for the invite, and also thanks, Ignas, for helping me figure out how to do Meet Echo and sort of get this stuff all squared away. My name is Pim van Pelt. I've been in the RIPE community for a while. This is about 99. And when Job asked me this on IRC, I'm like, this is not that strange, certainly. But then I reflected back, and in these 22 odd years, I've personally never renumbered an ISP into a new AS. So I was kind of figuring out how this goes, and just as a show of hands in the chat, if anyone could sort of +1 or wave at me if they have done something like this before, notably not turn down an ISP and then bring it up under a new AS, but actually a running ISP. Okay, so I moved to Switzerland about 15 years ago and had to register the obligatory ipng.ch, and last year or so I got bored and started to run an actual ISP under ipng.ch and incorporated the thing in 2021. You may have heard of me from 6 Access, an IPv6 tunnel broker that was pretty large back in the day. We started in about 1999 and turned it off in 2017 because we didn't really think we were helping that much anymore. Founded this with Jeroen Massar, who started a project within 6 Access called the Ghost Route Hunter. If you were back there in the day, you would remember these weird AS paths would show up, and we built a looking glass to sort of figure out what types of implementations were buggy. And we borrowed an AS number back in the day, and the borrowing was easy back then. It wasn't quite as formal. A little bit about IPNG networks itself. We like software-based routers. Like, I happen to think that CPUs of today are as powerful or even more so than the ASICs and FPGAs of a decade ago, if you use them correctly anyway. And so I've worked a little bit on vector packet processing, a completely different presentation maybe at SWINOG. You can come check that out in December. But anyway, DPDK and VPP are these ways of doing a very, very fast packet forwarding rate on commodity hardware. So 100 million PPS easily done. We acquired this AS8298 from 6 Access and also built a little bit of a European ring based on VPP and Bird. So if you ever see Bird in practice, you shouldn't assume it's a Linux kernel or a FreeBSD or OpenBSD kernel under it. Sometimes these things can be pretty fast. So we do peer on the flap, although in my case, the L in flap means Lille, Frankfurt, Lille, Amsterdam, and Paris. And we have about 1,850 adjacencies. So renumbering may not be as easy in this case. So as a little bit of a timeline, and Eric, I am not yet done. I started this at the end of October on the 22nd by publishing a blog post that is predicting what I would do, and then either in December I was happy because it worked out, or I was crying because I broke everything and it's all in shambles. Timeline is here, but I'll just skip that. So preparation, like step 0 really is get this AS number. Like the original holder was EasyNet, now Sky. In 2004, so RIPE NCC registered this AS number to Jeroen Massa, my co-founder at 6axis. So I asked them both nicely, would you mind if I use this? It's kind of gathering dust in the corner here. They both agreed. So at this point, it's a transfer agreement between Jeroen and myself that signals his willingness to move the AS to me. It's kind of boilerplate. You can even download a template for this. And then also an agreement between Sky and IPNG Networks, my own LIR, that signaled the transfer from sponsoring LIR to ch.ipng. Do the paperwork. It didn't even take that long, maybe 48 hours end to end. In a matter of these few days, the AS number was safely in my hands at ch.ipng. And then, of course, to prepare this move, I have to ensure there are objects in the RIPE database for the IRR folks, and as well ROAs signed for both 50869, which was the original AS number, as well as the 8298 that I'm moving into. This network that I described has a little arrow at C. That is where I am now. That is my home office. And the first step here is to split this AS number into 2 parts. You're not going to see anything on the DFC at this point, but certainly in C, I will tell my routers to originate these prefixes that are in my own AS 50869. And then other routers will stop null routing and announcing it themselves, but simply carry forward what they know from the network already. And then to make sure that I have reachability in the entire network, I'll put all of my connected nets and statics into OSPF. Not all operators do this. I happen to do this. It means all of my routers can reach each other and all of their connecteds just fine. Nothing has happened yet. But then I can switch these 2 routers at C, which is Brugtizellen, where I live, into AS8298. So one by one, I'll renumber CHBTL0 and CHBTL1 to connect out to AS50869 and start announcing these 3 IPv4 prefixes and 3 IPv6 prefixes. So at this point, the first routing table change happens. You will see my own prefixes at IPNG pop up as path 50869 8298. So far, so good. There is a local tiny internet exchange run by the guy who wins this Kahoot every time, Max Stucky. So he has a little /29 and a /64 exchange point in Brugtizellen, which is an excellent place for me to test. Does peering even work at all? So I did connect to these 2 AS numbers, 58299 and 58280, one of which actually provided me a full table, which is very nice. In case everything else fails, at least my house has internet. All right. Then I also operate a tiny little colo in a location A that is now encircled in yellow. It's at a customer of mine, Data Lane. They have a small floor with 2 fibers out to my network. I have a colo there. And there's a customer in this colo that takes a full transit from me, so they are essentially a downstream. And now that we've moved our own prefixes into 8298, we can put this first customer behind that AS as well. So interestingly, even though this colo is split between 2 ASs, like all of it's reachable because it all shares one OSPF backbone, area 0. So if anything in E or D or C receives a packet destined for the colo, it knows how to find it already. It doesn't need BGP for that at all. So as such, I can take these 2 routers, DDLN0 and DDLN1, and put them into 8298, one after the other, and then they will connect to 2 different routers in my network. So at this point, I actually have an IBGP 2 islands that are connected via this point D in the middle, and that works. We've established that AS50869 has reachability to all these more specifics already. We know that the only way to get into 5777 is via the colo. And so all this routing will work just fine. But I don't want to keep it there for long, so I'll move on to the next step. So this is a slightly bigger change. It was not too controversial, but we have these two islands, A and C, and I want to connect them via this middle point over here in D. This is in Interaction in Gladbrook near Zurich. So we've had these two islands, connecting them via this middle point now essentially creates a little U shape with 5 routers, in the same AS, essentially moving CH-GTG0 to AS8298, connecting and taking transit from the other AS that I have via 2 nodes. And here you see this European network pop up. The 2 arrows there are in Zurich and in Planleeswat, which is Geneva, for those of you that don't live in Switzerland. So my AS is now essentially connected, my home network to the co-location network via the co-location in Interaction. All 3 sites are in AS8298, and they take transit very easily from 50869. But there are also other transit providers, and there's an internet exchange involved. In this step at Interaction, there is a Swiss internet exchange called CHIX. And it's not huge, but it has a couple of important peers to me, notably Google. I do like sending traffic to Google, and Inet7, which is one of the cooler local ISPs here in Switzerland. So being able to test drive an internet exchange in this way is like super useful, because if I were to lose it, I still have other internet exchanges with adjacencies to most of the networks that I find important. So then finally, there's one final step for the Zurich Metro to be over, and this is Rümlang has a data center entity, used to be called eShelter, has the local Swissix internet exchange. So at this point, it's getting real. I'm moving the CH RMA0, the one in Rümlang, to be into 8298 as well, and it now has to take transit from the next hop up, which would be Frankfurt for me in the ring. And of course, I already had moved CH-GTG0, which is the one in Gladbrook Interaction, to take transit from Geneva, Planleeswat. Swissix is now renumbered, as well as some smaller internet exchanges, Community IX and Free IX. There's about 188 broken BGP sessions at this point. There's 6 routers in my network now, all connected in a U shape, hanging off of this ring in 2 points. And they're all redundantly connected. So at this point, I think we're happy. 50869 is a main transit provider, Open Factory, IPMax, and Meerfabrik. Thanks again, Christian Huber, for that. So these BGP sessions are broken, and it can take a while to fix. And what I learned from this really is you can't do this without automation. Like if you're tinkering on routers by hand, you will make a mistake. And in fact, I made several mistakes doing this, except I didn't do them on the live routers. And so what you see here is a screenshot of me editing some files in a repository, generating a complete config, which slurps in all sorts of stuff from PeeringDB and other resources as well to generate these bird configs. I can do a diff on them and see, oh, look, I made a typo, or oh, look, this thing was not exactly as I had intended it. And then eventually push it to these routers, making it live, essentially rsyncing the files onto the machines and then reloading bird. So that's takeaway number 1. Without automation, I'm pretty sure it would have failed at least twice. And the second one is, as I said, 188 adjacencies went poof because I renumbered my AS and I couldn't tell them all ahead of time, my peers. So being able to do this bird show proto and then pipe it through some awk gives me the AS numbers that are reporting bad AS for me, and writing a little script to send them an email, as a Jinja template that gets hydrated with all the stuff that we pull off of PeeringDB. And by the way, PeeringDB is absolutely fantastic. Doing this way saves me a bunch of typos, a bunch of mess ups. And of course, it will eventually go wrong where I send all the people the wrong email because of a bug in the script, but I would prefer that over all the manual labor instead. So the last step is yet to come. This is on the 2nd of December. So in a week or so, I will move all the nodes in the rest of the ring into AS8298, which means the German Internet Exchange, the French Internet Exchanges, the assortment of Dutch Internet Exchanges, and the tiny little one in Lille. in the north of France as well. So this is where essentially 1,600 adjacencies will be broken, and I will rely on this first set of transits to ensure that I have good connectivity. So if your AS number is in this list, pay attention, please help me out, and renumber when I mail you about it or when you see it go down in your monitoring. This is, of course, a thinly veiled request for peering. If you peer with IPNG networks, that is great. Please help us by renumbering. If you don't, I'd be happy to peer with you. Actually, it helps me a lot because the VPP project is still in development, at least for the Linux control plane part that I wrote. And it would be really great to have a lot of BGP interaction to make sure that the forwarding plane and the routing, the RIB, stay in sync for us. So for me, success means no outages. And we're on step 5.2 today, having done all of Zurich, including the 3 internet exchanges. Haven't had an outage yet, so knock on wood. And I think it would be a success if I lose less than 100 adjacencies, at the end of this project. It's gonna last until maybe January 2022. And with that, I'm done speaking. If there are any questions or surly remarks, I'd be happy to take them.
Nothing in the queue yet.
Thank you so much, Pim, for sharing your insights and experiences in this exciting project.
Thanks for having me.
Earlier, you asked whether people had experiences renumbering ASNs themselves, but I also know of the opposite, where organizations decided to not renumber because the project effort was considered insurmountable.
Yeah, it could have gone wrong in all sorts of ways. But like honestly, Case, the automation that I showed, is like the #1 way to make sure you keep sanity while regenerating configs, like 16 different routers to take new IGP sessions and all that stuff.
Network automation is king. Randy Bush is lining up for the microphone.
So you might take a look at some papers, and I think it was also his thesis, but I'm not sure I remember. Laurent van Weber lives in a little town called Zurich in some country in Europe, I forget, and did very good formal work on router migration and configuration hitless.
What was the title of the paper?
Oh, God knows. And of course he's published 1 million, but I can dig it up. Beat me up with an email, and I'll find a thread for you. But it's Laurent van Weber.
That's cool. One thing I noticed is that there's very little information on the internet about this renumbering. I did a little bit of homework ahead of time. There's actually a lot of misinformation, even things that you might type that don't work very well. So I hope that if anyone watches this after the RIPE meeting, they will find that this is at least one data point of someone who did it, and there's some contact information as well. If you want to exchange notes or ask some questions, I'm happy to help.
Yeah, there was also some work in the IETF. BIF ran a working group or a series of BoFs, I forget, on renumbering. And but yes, it's a bitch, and those of us who've done it generally prefer not to remember it.
I understand.
I see one question lined up.
Yep. Jiri Raska wants to know, what are the advantages of renumbering? Well, I guess I missed the beginning. So why did you do it?
No, you didn't miss the beginning. It's like total vanity. I had this AS number in the corner of the room, and it was gathering dust, and it was 4 digits, and I always wanted a 4-digit AS number, and it doesn't help me at all. But yet I did it because I can.
That sounds like a very honest answer. Rudiger Volk will go first, and then next After him will be Randy Bush.
And get a two-digit number. Will you do it again?
Yes. I'm not going to tell a lie. Yes.
So back in the day when we built Vario, we merged 66 ISPs to answer what the motivation. So, you know, you buy an ISP, they were in UUNet space or Sprint space or whoever their major upstream that they were, you know, originally married to. And seeing as we were competitors, we had to move them out of those spaces. So it was fun. And, you know, that's I think a more normal motivation for people numbering today is to get in space that they financially and contractually control.
All right, with that, let's drink some coffee, shall we? No?
Yes. Pim, thank you for your time.
You're welcome.
And dear working group, the next time we will see each other will be at RIPE 84. It's not entirely clear where exactly that will take place, but certainly inside cyberspace. Thank you all for attending, and I wish you a pleasant day.
Have a great day.
We will wait for 1 more minute, Constance. Can we start?
I think so.
Yeah, thank you. I hope everybody can hear me. So thank you all for coming to the virtual IoT working group meeting at RIPE 83. I can see there are 273 participants. That's a good number. Myself, Santosh Balakrishnan, with my co-chair Constance, will be chairing the meeting. Before going to the agenda, we would like to say that we appreciate very much your participation and feedback on the working group activities. One such topic that has been much discussed is the IoT working group charter, which is some feel that it's quite broad. We understood that from the survey and private discussions. So topics like that, we are open to feedback. We can discuss that during the AOB if we have time. Otherwise, in the special chat at 19 CET today or in the mailing list. So thank you, Constance, for the agenda.
All right, so thanks, Santosh, and hi, everyone. Welcome to the 4th remote IoT working group session, and the first one ever conveniently scheduled on Tuesday. What's about to happen in this session? So, of course, we start with housekeeping. Then we have Elsa Rodriguez from the Technical University in Delft talk about her study on more or less successful ways for ISPs to approach customers when they want them to disinfect their IoT devices. Afterwards, Marco Hogewoning is going to provide us with a fresh RIPE NCC update on recent regulative developments, highlighting how that might affect the Internet of Things. And at last, well, when we set up the agenda, we had great plans for the AOB slot. Unfortunately, our means to force people onto the stage are quite limited in this remote setting, which is why we're trying something new this time. So if anyone has something they want to share with us, feedback, projects, studies, or if anyone has IoT-related questions or suggestions to the community, just send us a ping in the Q&A section during the session so that we know and so that we can reserve a little bit of AOB time in the end for you. Otherwise, I guess we'll just extend the Q&A time for Elsa and Marco, or have an early break, or practice enduring 5 minutes of utterly awkward silence. All right, housekeeping. So the RIPE 82 meeting minutes were sent to the mailing list and have not gotten any complaints. So unless there's a sudden revolt right here, right now, we're confident to flag them as final. Thanks, Anthony, for the excellent work. And here's the drill for this and pretty much every other meeting session. First of all, this session is being recorded and will be published on the RIPE 83 archives. And if Twitter is to be believed, the tech team is incredibly quick this time in this regard. If you want to comment on the talk or ask a question to the speaker, you can do that by using the audio queue. And if you want, also share your webcam video with the audience, which is always nice. If you, however, lack the equipment needed or just prefer writing down your questions, you can do that as well using the Q&A window and have us chairs read out the questions out loud. Anyhow, please always state your name and affiliation if not otherwise indicated. Yeah, and I think that's about it. Okay, cool. I guess it's time for our first talk. Elsa, the stage is yours.
Much. Let me see if I can. Well, the thing is, when I see my slides are preload, but when I do share, oh, now I can see it. Thanks.
Looks good.
Great, thank you. Thank you, Constantia and Sandasha, for having me here, and all for being here as well. My name is Elsa Rodriguez, and I am doing a PhD in TU Delft. And today I will share with you some work with some colleagues from TU Delft and ICT Japan, understanding user compliance and remediation success after IoT malware notification. So first of all, I will walk you through the background, why we did this research and the methodology we use, show you some results and the limitations, of course, of this research and some takeaways. I think it doesn't come to a surprise that IoT devices are proliferating, as well as the attacks keeps evolving. And I have heard a lot that, well, manufacturers should develop secure IoT devices, and there are some regulations, standardizations, and discussions about that coming up. However, what can we do in the meantime? So RFC 6561 says that ISPs should notify users either via email or quarantine them and tell them, hey, you have an infected IoT device. However, also when you do that, well, these notifications relied on users' intervention, and actually, well, we need to see if users actually understand what they are being asked, because of course there is a variety of users, technical, non-technical users, etc. So what we did was we partnered with an ISP and its subsidiary to understand how users deal with Mirai once they are infected. And I will give you some overview how the ISP is approaching this right now. Of course, they get from Shadow Server some feeds every day, and this feed tells which IPs are compromised with Mirai. And then the ISP basically either sends an email to the user and say, hey, you are compromised, or the ISP also put the customer in the so-called walled garden and send also an email. And pretty much what the email says is you have been compromised with Mirai and do these 5 steps. And these steps are very generic because, of course, the ISP cannot know in advance which devices or if multiple devices are compromised. And also, of course, they cannot give specific advice. I mean, if we don't know what device is infected, we cannot give a specific advice, let's say, to follow for specific devices. So the 5 steps are very generic. So first of all, the ISP tells them, hey, identify device or devices, because also the ISP does not know if it's one or multiple devices that are infected. They recommend to change the password of the device or devices, restart the device or devices, reset the modem, and change the password of the modem. So basically, what we did was some experiment. So having some participants assigned to a treatment with walled garden or quarantine and the email, and other participants only received the email, and we had a control group that neither received the email nor they were put in walled garden and received the email. And we try to understand if they comprehend this notification and their motivation to act, as well as basically if they complied with these steps or not, and if this lead to cleanup. And we defined as clean the absence of the IP in any of the feeds that the ISP have every day. In also, if we didn't see the IP scanning in aggressively, and for that we use a network telescope of 300K IP addresses, as well as the Cyber Alliance IoT honeypot and IoT pod data. So this means that we define as clean basically if the network is clean and we didn't see the IP in any of these feeds, which is already some limit. Well, some of part of the limitations is that we cannot distinguish partial cleanup from cleanup, and also this includes other IoT malware. So because the advice is so generic, then basically we wanted to see if this advice also could apply to other types of malware families if users follow all the steps for all the devices they own. Besides that, we ask some questions about demographics, because of course some literature says, of course, that some people are better at handling IT, and also we ask users what type of devices they found as compromised. Although we didn't have really ground truth to check that. We actually we did some extra checks to at least get a sense that users were reporting what they were reporting was more or less what was exposed. So then, as I said, also the cleanup included, or what we defined as clean included if the network was absent or any type of malware. So all in all, we have the idea was to have 3 groups, so control group, email group, walled garden group, and similar number of customers. However, something went wrong in the server of the ISP, and then we had a bigger control group, and we also have some participants from the subsidiary. And in total, we could interview 45 people from the control group, which we wanted to ask questions because we assumed those people wouldn't do anything because they were not notified. And we interviewed some people that got the email, 11, and then we also talked to 39 people that got into the quarantine and walled garden. So in total, we had 177 participants, and in total, we interviewed 95 people. So basically, what we found is that people that were in the walled garden, 37 out of the 39 users, 95% remember receiving and reading the notification. However, 25 out of these 37 indicated that they understood the notification. Interestingly, the rest that says that did not understand the notification contacted the ISP to ask for more information and to try to understand what they should be doing. Similarly, for the email group, we found that 82% of the people remember receiving and reading the notification, while one indicated that basically 88% indicated they understood the notification. And the person that actually said that did not understand the notification also contacted the ISP for more information. Also, when we ask people about what motivates them to act, basically for the walled garden group, it was really like obvious because they were in walled garden. So some people say, I just want my internet back. However, there were others that describe other motivations, like I want my internet back, but safe internet is important. Another said that one participant said, okay, my device was malfunctioning, so I have to do something. Other people said that they need the device. But if we move to the email group where they didn't have, or they were not in quarantine, they actually express more the intrinsic motivation to act, which is more like safe internet is important and their device was malfunctioning. So that's some of the motivations. Those are some of the motivations that people expressed. This table is just like a summary of like which steps people in which group they did. So for instance, in the email group, only 3 participants did the full 5 steps, and 2 participants did step 1, 2, and 3, and 5, and so on. I think if you want to take a look to this table, you can later on check the paper that is already published and is open access. Interestingly, also people reported doing different steps than the ones highlighted in the message they received. So some people in the email group said something like, well, only 5 of them say I followed the exact notification steps, but some other also said they disconnected the device, they did some software update or disabled for port forwarding. Similar things happens in the wall garden group. And also, since we talked to people that neither were in email, neither received the email or were in the wall garden, we found that some of these people actually took actions. Some of these people from they said that they did some software update in the device, stopped using it, or disconnect the device. And what we learned is that these people actually found out that either there was some software update prompt in their devices, because actually when we conduct this study, there was a vulnerability going on about home automation with domotics. So some of the users in the control group receive a pop-up and they did the software update. And also other people were saying that they act because the device was malfunctioning. So I won't go deep into these, but we also run 2 statistical models, one to understand how these variables I mentioned, like motivation, understanding, and the type of device the user owns, etc., actually lead to compliance. And what we found is basically the bottom line is that when consumers are informed about a compromised IoT device, they are willing to act. And basically what prompts the compliance is basically this notification. So people in the wall garden group do on average 1.9 steps more than the control group, and 1.8 more steps. Users in the control group do more 1.8 more steps than the control group. And the other model we did was to understand if this compliance leads to more cleanup in the network. As I said, the definition of cleanup was like the network absence of any malware. So this compliance with these steps led to 32% increase in remediation compared to the control group. And also we check if since we have this in the data, if there were other malware families present in the same network, then we check if the absence or presence of these competing malware in the network decrease the probability of remediation. And we found that networks that where we saw a scanning pattern from Mirai and a scanning pattern from other type of malware families decreased remediation by 54%. So the bottom line of this statistical model or findings were that basically these 5 steps are generic, and of course they might not apply to all type of malware, and some devices still remain infected or are being reinfected in the network. And also there is some literature that suggests that IoT malware well, some families fight for control over vulnerable devices. So that could be also that the people genuinely did the steps and they got infected and or reinfected as well because of that. and also because the message was related to IoT devices, maybe they, of course, they didn't do it for other type of devices. So what was also interesting was that 24 of these 39 consumers that were in the walled garden group say that they were satisfied with this approach. So there is a specific section where we discuss about that, because yeah, of course the question is like, okay, well, am I gonna be happy if my ISP cut my internet connection or something like that, or just allow me to visit whitelisted websites while I don't fix this problem? And actually, of course, people were express that they were actually happy to get to know that they were infected. Otherwise, they wouldn't know, because they don't have other ways of noticing. Although there is some percentage of in the control group, of course, that because of malfunctioning or something or some prompt of the manufacturer, actually they did some actions, but otherwise they wouldn't know. And also the email group also was satisfied with this approach. Of course, some limitations in this research were that we rely on what the users report they did. Unfortunately, of course, we cannot go to their homes and see exactly what they did and if they really did the steps or not. So we rely on what they told us they did. Also, of course, this is data based on only one ISP and its subsidiary. And also, unfortunately, we end up with a small sample of users that were just in the treatment group that receive email only. And so we think that maybe more research is needed to make more robust inferences. Although I have experience recently on working on notifying only with email, and the response is actually very good as well. So also importantly, after all this process in the walled garden group, 92% of the people in this group were clean, or their networks were clean, and 82% in the email group got clean. So also the compliance with these steps helps to increase the remediation by 32%. And of course, the presence of competing malware in the network reduce the probability of remediation by 54%. So that's basically what I wanted to share with you today, and I'm very happy to hear any questions or comments, or yeah, if you have any questions or suggestions, you can email me, and also there is the link to the paper if you want to read in more details what was about. Thank you.
Thank you, Elsa. That was an interesting presentation. So questions for Elsa, we have a lot of time.
So maybe I start with one I have. So how did the ISP that was involved in the study think about this? What were their takeaways from the study? Can you tell us about that?
Yeah, well, basically, they keep doing this process. It's actually part of the abuse handling, so that is something that is in place, and they keep doing, and actually not only with the Mirai, but also other malware families. So we recently did also a study with them with QSnatch, and actually the response they have is welcome by the users in general, because for the other study is the same. So they actually it's like really an established process, and of course they were also or they learn, of course, that users are willing to act. That's important, and that even though the advice is so generic, because some concerns at the beginning were like, okay, this is advice very generic. How can we help people with this such a generic advice? Are they gonna be able to understand what they have to do or not? And then seeing the results is at least worth to try, right?
Interesting. And do they follow the walled garden approach or the one just sending emails?
So far, what I know is during the, of course, COVID time, they only start doing emails, and that's actually why I know that email actually is an approach that is working, because they keep doing it, kept doing it. I think now they came back to walled garden approach. Well, of course, during the COVID times, they were still in COVID times, but well, when most people were working from home, then they were more careful with that, because even though they want to notify people, they didn't want to interrupt their their work from home. So, but yeah, now they are back to using quarantining.
So there is a question from Michael Richardson, no affiliation. Did any of the users have IPv6? And was the ISP able to identify the IPv6 endpoints? If so, was traditional SLAC used or privacy enhanced addresses?
So far, I understand that the report they received from Shadow Server does have the IP, but to be honest, we were not interested in that information, so we really didn't look in how many of these customers have IPv6 or IPv4, to be honest.
Okay. The next question is from Jim Red, no affiliation. Any thoughts on how to get a bigger sample size, say for the whole of TU Delft's campus net?
Well, ideally, this is the thing, at least from my experience, has been great to have a partner ISP, because let's say if you look for IPs that are compromised with Mirai, let's say you go to a darknet and you look for the Mirai fingerprint, probably you will find few IP addresses that belong to, let's say, university, right? And also, what is nice, at least in my experience, is that the ISP actually can contact their customers, while I, as researcher, cannot just take random IPs and start contacting users and ask them questions. Hey, how do you handle your infection, right? So basically, what is valuable is the fact that the ISP has some contact with the customers, their email addresses, and then also actually this is perceived something like my ISP cares about my security or something. While I feel if I do it as a researcher, it won't work that well.
Okay. The next question is from Joey Boone from Surf. How did the ISP detect the malware? I assume through abuse reports. That's
Sorry, can you if they just identify it via the abuse reports?
Yeah, it's a question mark also.
Yeah, indeed. To the best of my knowledge, is through the only through the Shadow Server reports. It's not that they actually look into any way to detect that. It's just they receive the reports from Shadow Server, and then from there they take it.
Okay. So there is a repeat for the first question from Michael Richardson. He wants to be clear. In 2021, Mirai is still out there. How many instances, or how many instances per capita?
Yeah, actually, I recently look into reports, and also I look a lot into the Shadow Server reports, and still Mirai is an important threat. So I don't know exact the numbers, and I don't know how to answer about per capita, but at least in the majority of industry reports and shadow server reports, is a still important threat. For instance, I can I speak only for the Netherlands as well. For instance, there was a time last year when QSnatch was on top, and after was Mirai. I don't know about how that number goes for other countries, but it still is a threat.
Thank you. Constance?
Okay, so for now there are no further questions. However, we will have a little bit more time left, probably at least at the end of the session, and of course afterwards in the spatial chat. I hope, Elsa, you'll be there as well.
Yeah, sure.
Great. Okay, and then I would suggest that we continue with Marco.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you, Elsa. Hello there.
Hey. Look for my slides, which at the moment don't work because Elsa still sharing her slides.
That looks good. Okay, thank you.
If I unmute myself, you can also hear me. Hello, my name is Marco Hoogwoning. I work for the RIPE NCC as the manager for public policy and internet governance. And once again, it is my pleasure to give you a short update of what we see in the IoT space. Before I do that, happy birthday. Well, I was actually looking back at it and realized that the first time we had a meeting, and obviously it wasn't a working group yet, it was simply a BoF. But the first time we sat down with the group and looked into like, okay, they're IoT. Do we need to do something? What is our role in IoT was 10 meetings ago at RIPE 73. So yeah, just about 10 years ago, this was the first ever message I sent to the then IoT discussion list, which is now the IoT working group mailing list. But yeah, we're time flies. It's 5 years already. Looking at it, where we started off back in 73 was like, yeah, what's RIPE's role? What's the RIPE NCC's role in the IoT? And generally this talk is referred to as an update from the RIPE NCC. But looking at it, it is really not that big for us, you know? A large part of the IoT is basically the application layer. There isn't much for the RIPE NCC to do in this space. Network and transport are only a very small part of the bigger picture. And where we do see networks, especially on the edges with sensors, a lot of them don't even use IP. IP is very common in the long haul transport, getting data from A to B, but the actual IoT networks often pick other protocols. Yet that doesn't mean that we don't have a stake, as you see throughout this presentation. A lot of times IoT is using in examples. For instance, when arguing for change, we saw that with new IP, we see that quite often. Security concerns, especially when they get reflected in legislative proposals, often come down and also touch on the spaces that RIPE community or RIPE NCC has an interest in. And then, of course, there is IoT standardization that we come across in various forums and venues and in all shapes, sorts, and sizes. With that, briefly looking back to some things that we've talked about and give you a bit of a status update. So ITU, Study Group 20, which is about the IoT, and more specifically, ITU TSG 20 has a focus on IoT and smart cities. Now that means that's pretty broad and it's noticeable on the amount of work, but also the extent of the scope of the work there. It really goes from vehicles to buildings to virtual reality control systems, UAVs. Basically, if you can say smart X, there is probably work on the way in that study group to at least come up with some framework or some architectural idea on how it should work or how it could work. That goes as far as, a few years back, people looked at smart greenhouses. There is actually an ITU recommendation produced by SG20 that specifies the optimal growing conditions for strawberries and lettuce. So if you're into gardening, I can point you to that recommendation. And then, of course, there is a lot to do about supporting technology such as blockchain, which, of course, is the magic that should make it all happen. Well, we can discuss about that. Talk about the network layers is mostly gone. IPv6, that took quite a bit of discussion, has been removed from the work program, and you don't see a lot happening in that space. One exception, notably for the last year or so, has been LoRaWAN, which is reissued as an ITU recommendation now. And it kind of makes sense, you need that harmonization, you need those global standards. So, it does make sense to at some point say, let's make this a ITU recommendation. At the same time, what we often see with SG20 is that it leads to duplication, and also often it's behind the curve. So we already have products in the market, and then the standardization needs to make sure that it actually sort of accommodates and remains compatible with the products that are already sold in the market. So that's quite a challenge. Moving on from there into EU legislation, and this again, our role is limited when it comes to IoT, and my colleague Suzanne, after this session in the cooperation working group later today, will give a more extensive description and a more presentation about all of these proposals. And there's also an article on RIPE Labs, but picking through them and looking at it from the IoT context. First of all, there is the radio equipment directive. I've presented about that before, and then we said watch that space. The Commission might use it to enforce cybersecurity standards. And the reasoning there is that pretty much all IoT devices have a radio on board, so the radio equipment directive applies. So they did. This is pretty fresh, but they expanded the cybersecurity, the security paragraphs, and specified certain device classes. So it basically says anything that connects to the internet, anything that is used for childcare, or anything you can attach to your body has to do X, Y, Z. And that's still very broad, but it basically says it should take security into consideration, it should receive timely updates, that sort of thing. Recommended next steps. The interesting bit there is that this works via a so-called delegated act, which means that the Commission can move fast. It's subject to scrutiny as it is described. That means that unless Parliament really has an objection and really pulls on the emergency brake, this comes into effect 2 months after it is published. And it was published 29th of October. So basically by the end of the year, these things are in place. Lucky if you build equipment, if you are in the process of making IoT devices, you still have 30 months to be compliant. My recommendation is have a good look. If you build anything or you sell anything that has a radio, have a really good look and what the new requirements are and whether you need to be compliant or not. And with that, mind you that the radio equipment directive takes the whole value chain. So it's you as a seller that has to make sure that your importer is compliant. And if you import it, you have to make sure your manufacturer is compliant. So it works the way up. There is no escape and there's no way to point to others. It's your problem, basically. So have a talk to your compliance people, have a good look at how this works and whether you need to do anything in the next 30 months. The bigger picture, as I said, security. That's really on everybody's mind, and security and then often also privacy. The solutions are very broad there. They often don't even mention the IoT. If you look at the Digital Service Act, the Digital Market Act, the Data Governance Act, kind of all will have implications for the IoT space. You look at the definitions of platforms, the definitions of service providers that can easily cover parts of the IoT space. Also, if you look at the IoT in a component structure, you know, there's a lot of talk about clouds, etc. And then of course that also then would apply to IoT solutions that use cloud. Another big one is probably the geopolitical security concerns. Now, obviously, that's relating to where the data is, who can access it. We've also know all the discussions about possible backdoors, but as the pandemic shown, and there's also more concern about generally the supply chain, the reliability of getting the components here, and then people all of a sudden realize that we are dependent on a couple of fabs somewhere in Asia, and the car manufacturers, of course, have taken the grunt of this, but we also see it in other IoT sectors that it's really hard to get the components to build the devices. And there is some pressure to what they then say strategic autonomy, make sure this is built here and then that you can access those components. Data Governance Act, that's an interesting one because it's kind of, and I took some text here from the proposal, says we're gonna build an internal market for data. It very much realizes that a lot of people are sitting on data that could be of benefit to others, and with that, it also very much looks at, you know, the role of the public sector, but then also say like, yeah, but even certain commercial data sets can have value to others. So what if we anonymize those and make them available? So it's a pretty big framework. It's very ambitious. At the same time, it also, and then that's important, it also leaves it open for third countries. So if another country says like, look, we have something equivalent, there might be a deal. So it might also evolve into a trade tool saying, oh yeah, sure, if you want to be part of this, then do this, this, and that. So it's worth to read. If you are processing data, if you're in the big data business, have a look. E-privacy, final one, and on the EU legislative side, there is an update on the current e-privacy directive. This kind of complements GDPR. GDPR really has a focus on personal identifiable information. E-privacy takes that scope a bit broader, realizing that there might also be data generating by your devices, generated by machines that, you know, leaves traces, could be privacy infringements. For instance, addresses, metadata, etc. This has been in the making for 5-6 years now. It took an awful lot of time for the member states to agree on a position. They finally did, so this has now entered the last bit of negotiations. Everybody is quite optimistic in that, yeah, now we finally have the negotiations going, that this should be in place probably sort of mid next year. And then we're looking again at the grace period, probably at 2 years. So before this is really into effect, we're looking at 2023, 2024. But again, if you are processing data, and we just saw a presentation about how that affects your space, it's really interesting to read and see what is coming your way. Moving from legislation to the regulatory environment, BEREC, the body of European electronic regulators. I've taken this from their program of work for next year. That's out in a draft. Might still be possible to comment on it. I'm not exactly sure. Oh, no, sorry, the deadline has been passed. We did leave a small comment regarding IPv6, but something we've addressed before is BEREC has done a lot of work on the network termination point, and that kind of translates into who owns the modem, and that plays a big role probably in how devices connect. But for instance, as we just saw, and as the work of this group also shows, you know, how to secure the environment, you know, that modem is a perfect way to, you know, isolate infected equipment, detect problems. The legislation is very ambiguous. Certain states say, yes, the user must always bring their own modem. Some states have no legislation, but whenever they do, there is always the technical but. You know, if there are technical requirements, you can basically say like, no, sorry, the user has to use my modem. BEREC produced some guidelines in 2020 to support alignment. The whole plan now is, and it's not specific to the network termination point, but the end user right package, and this is part of that, will be evaluated by the end of next year. So there will be workshops, there might be consultations. So if you want to readdress this as an industry, if you want to readdress this as a community, that might be an attachment point to say, hey, can we talk about this again? Adequate broadband access. I must say I'm a bit lost here. I'm not too deep in, but in the European Electronic Communication Code, there are some provisions that say like, yeah, everybody should have access to broadband at a reasonable cost. You know, it kind of realizes that without it, you can't really participate in society anymore. You can't really participate in the economy. And of course, we all seen with the pandemic and everything, how important it is to have that bandwidth there. They're planning a report on best practices and suitability of the criteria. And the question that kind of pops into my mind is like, yeah, right now it really focuses on the price and a bit on bandwidth. Maybe that's not all the requirements you want to have here, given how dependent we become on this, also in the context of IoT. If I look at my own residential retail line, mean time to repair is probably over 48 hours if I'm unlucky, and that might no longer be acceptable in a fully connected IoT world. So again, we're not planning to engage on this, but of course, if you do, feel free to contact them or let us know, and then we're happy to look into this more deeply. Finally, and I think this is kind of important, this might warrant a bit of time from everybody, also from the community, is that BEREC is planning a report that maps out the bigger picture. It's now called the Internet Ecosystem. It used to be referred to as the value chain. And again, I've taken some text from the program. The magic word here is gatekeeper. You know, the DSA, the DMA talks about gatekeeper, and part of BEREC's work is like, okay, are there other gatekeepers at other levels, for instance, in the application space, for instance, in app stores, and what is our role as regulators in that market? So this is really one to watch for, and possibly see if we can provide some input at some point in this dialogue. With that, this is a lot of EU talk, and you might think about like, yeah, what's other countries? A lot of this we get not specifically because we're looking for IoT, that's simply because we monitor all these things because they have an effect on the RIPE NCC. We know they possibly have an effect on the RIPE community. Of course, the world is bigger than the EU, and yes, there is a lot of focus on the EU 27 and their legal frameworks, also because it is such a large and significant part of the market. It's 450 million people, but it's also 450 million rich people. It's rich countries. And then, of course, the EU knows that and also tries to use that as leverage. They can basically say, like, you know, if you want to sell stuff into our market, then you have to do this, this, and that. And that will probably mean that it becomes a global standard. We see coordination between other countries. They do cooperate, but often to a lesser extent. And I mean, also practically speaking, for us, it's almost impossible to track 190 plus countries, but it also goes for the industry at large. So looking at it from that perspective, we see that a lot of countries are seeking international standards. They do realize that you can't just do this by yourself. And that kind of brings the focus back to where I started, because a lot of countries flock to the ITU and say, can you help us define policies? Can you help us to set those standards? And with that, I kind of also want to come back to the questions we started with at RIPE 73, and I think the question that's also been brought up in the recent surveys and that we're going to address in the AOB, hopefully. What is the role there for the community? Can we actually use this as one of the points to collect that information and experiences, but also really to, you know, use it to steer this and steer the alignment via publications, via best practices? You know, can we do something here? Because what I noticed from the public policy work and the discussions we have in the IGF, a lot of people are kind of lost. We all know something needs to be done, but to find the right place and to find the right model to do something, that's often easier said than done. And my personal opinion is that RIPE and this particular working group might be able to play an important role there in channeling the information and getting everybody together and say, like, yeah, see, here's how you can do that. With that, I hope we've got a bit of time left for the Q&A, and otherwise I'll give it back to the chairs to guide us to the final discussion. Thank you.
Thank you, Mark. Thank you for the panoramic view of the different IoT working group, IoT standards. So as you said, we have a good 8 to 9 minutes for the questions. So if you have questions for Marco, it will be better. So the first question is from Michael Richardson, Sandelman Software Works. Has or will BEREC examine the legal question as to who is responsible for malware and or attacks that originate on the modem? Question mark. Or does this fall into the red? Question mark.
Yeah, that's a good question. I think if you ask the real BEREC stakeholders, which are the regulators, the NRAs, then we'll point to the legislation, the parliaments, the governments that actually built the legislation. So, you know, the role from a regulatory perspective is to execute and enforce the laws that are pushed through the parliamentary process. RED indeed does have a framework regarding who is responsible. Like I said, that really starts with, okay, if you sell stuff, it has to be compliant with the Radio Equipment Directive, and that means that you kind of have to talk to the people who import it, the people who manufacture it. So the RED has some clear guidance on, yes, if you build this, you are responsible to make sure this happens. But also then if you sell it, you are responsible. And keep in mind that ultimately when it comes to RED, the ultimate enforcement is that they confiscate it. If they find it on your shelves, if they say, sorry, this is not compliant, you risk that they basically take it away and destroy it, and then that's your loss, and you have to talk to your supply chain to get it compensated for. So yeah, it's a hard one. It's a good question, but I think in this case it should be directed to the legislators. So in this sense, the European Commission, the European Parliament, and not as much to the NRAs.
Thank you. The next question is from Dimitri Komanyuk, UACCTLD. Any similar developments in non-EU countries?
Yes, like I said, we do see it. And for instance, also there's a lot of talk in between the Arab states and in the Arab states around this. Basically, every country has similar laws like the Radio Equipment Directive. I know, for instance, also Russia is quite advanced in looking into that kind of possibilities to enforce compliance. It's hard. The US has benefit as it is a large trading bloc that they kind of have a bit of market power for other small countries. You can say what you want and you could put legislation there, but actually enforcing it as the equipment is manufactured elsewhere and it comes into your country is really hard. And again, this is why you see so many people flock to alignment and within the ITU, but also in the World Trade Organization to look into like what are our possibilities to really sort of get rid of these unsafe devices and really get to the manufacturers to do the right thing. Then again, we also see an international debate on what is the right thing then, because that's also not immediately consensus. You know, some people focus more on privacy than others. So it's internationally speaking, this is a really tough space to be in, and it's really hard to align.
I have a question for you. In one of your slides, you said about the ITU that there is an exception for LoRaWAN. Why only for LoRaWAN?
No, yeah, it's not as much an exception, and we've seen that in the past, for instance, also with 1M2M, where ITU takes work that is done by a private consortium and turns it into recommendations. What I meant with the exception is that it isn't really focused on transport and networks. LoRaWAN, in that sense, is one of the few things that really focus on the lower transport layers. But the specifics of taking an industry consortium standard and kind of rebranding it as an ITU recommendation is certainly not unique. We also see that at other levels.
Okay. Constance?
Well, I'm kind of wondering, actually, you asked that question kind of yourself, is what we could do. You said we could, throw best practices out there or policy proposals or whatever, standards, ideas for standards. But for example, who would we have to talk to? Who would we get around one table to actually get the feeling to have some kind of influence?
Yeah, that's a really good question. It is in the end. It's if you want to solve it multi-stakeholder, we have to probably, attract other stakeholders as well. And we know there's government interest in this, there's industry interest in this, and I know a lot of people are watching this presentation from the government side, from the industry side. So I think that's sort of the first thing is sort of like, okay, if we all agree that there is a problem here, what is it that we within the RIPE remit can potentially do to solve the problem? And sort of the guidelines that were produced sort of for device safety are probably already a start, but maybe there's other ways for this group to provide a forum and for instance, say like, this is something that maybe it needs to go to IETF, or maybe there is some input to an ITU process, or for instance, to what BEREC is doing, and to help shape that discussion. So a lot of people are actually looking around and go like, okay, what is the industry then doing? And try to understand how far we are. And that's also part of our role, is often point out is like, yes, the industry is already working on this. The countless times we have had discussions in ITU where, yes, this is already done, or it's already very much underway. Can you talk to these people? And it's a continuous effort. I don't have anything, and I know that disappointing, but I don't really have anything specific that I say like, oh, you should make this a deliverable and then the problem is solved. I think having the dialogue here and providing the platform for a dialogue like we have now is probably a good first start.
And for example, looking at the radio equipment directive, which is about to actually be in place, it seems, do you know anyone who's like any industry, any company, specific company who's affected by that?
Well, that could be quite extensive, especially that first the first clause where it says like, oh yeah, if it connects to the internet. So we're kind of in a space that if you have something that has a radio on board and it connects to the internet. So I guess everything that has a Wi-Fi device is potentially in scope of this. And then those clauses say like it must receive regular updates. Now, probably a lot of vendors do that, but probably a lot of vendors don't. And the big question, of course, is what is regular and what is timely.
And who are the vendors? That was kind of my question behind that. Who do not comply at the moment.
The red bypasses it. The red really says like, you can finger point as long as you want against each other. We want this sorted, and ultimately, if the point of sale is responsible for making sure that once it hits the market, it is compliant. Mm-hmm. And whether you go talk to your manufacturers or you do it yourself, that is the red kind of leaves that open for the industry to sort out.
All right.
Constance, if we want to have the queue for the AOB, there are already people lining up.
Oh, really? Well, we have
Rodiger Wolk.
2 minutes left, right? Yeah. So let's try that. Okay, cool.
Yeah, well, I'll I'm here. If people want to talk to me, I'll try and join spatial chat after the session as well.
Thank you so much, Marco.
Thank you, Marco. So, Rodiger Wolk.
Yes, I wanted to throw a little comment on the almost very last remarks from Marco. For the well, okay, Marco made the remark, everything that is connected to the internet. And I would want to point out that yesterday we had a presentation about things that were to a large extent related to IoT, which were quite definitely meant to be outside of the internet as we know it. The mobile stuff done by the mobile operators.
So I myself haven't watched that talk. Could you go a little more into detail, or was that more to let us know we should watch the talk?
Well, okay, IPX or for older generation GRX as the organization of the mobile operators to interconnect their stuff outside of the internet as we know it, outside of the public internet. And the talk was saying, well, okay, this is getting huge and global. So spreading outside of just, say, the EU regulation or the US regulation or whatever regulator you take. Yes, kind of getting the large scale of operation for taking care of all kinds of IoT or, well, okay, mobile to mobile devices.
Yeah, it's Marco again. Yeah, I think where Rudiger is going, yes, and I think as I just commented on chat, yeah, the legal text says the internet, and then you of course can start a whole discussion on whether something is the internet or not, or whether this is like the internet as it uses IP or a network of networks. Actually, it might sort of be also a nice one to carry over to the corporation working group later on. But yeah, it often now you often see things saying like, oh yeah, if it's on the internet. But yeah, what makes the internet the internet? And I guess that's I'm not a lawyer, and I guess we should leave that discussion to the lawyers to figure out how this works.
Thank you, Marco. So Constance, we are in the coffee time.
Right, we are.
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess. Will I share my screen? Well, just for that second. Thanks, everyone. Thanks to Elsa and Marco for the interesting presentations. To everyone making these meetings happen. Currently around 282 people in Meet Echo, and have a nice meeting. I hope to see you in Berlin next year and to see you in Spatial Chat right now. Cool. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Bye-bye. See you in the Spatial Chat. Bye.
Good afternoon, guys. Good afternoon. Sanya here for your stretch session. So something went wrong with my computer, but now it's all fixed. So welcome everybody. My name is Sanya. I will do the stretch session with you. And today we will do it on a chair. So you can join me on the chair. And then come at the edge of your chair. Have your feet about hip width apart. Let the hands just rest. Give yourself a little smile. And I just make some, half moon circles with the head. So I'm just bringing my right ear to the right shoulder, chin to chest, left ear, left shoulder, and just going back, chin to chest, to the right ear. So just continue on your own doing these half moon circles. Wonderful. Let's do like 2 more of these. One more. And back through center. Beautiful. Now from here, let's have our hands at the head. Okay, elbows are sideways. We're going to lift the elbows up, so the chin up towards the sky, and on an exhale, we're just going to bring the chin to the chest here. So we're moving up, we're moving also with the elbows up and down. So really feeling also what's happening in the upper back. You might also feel sensations in the core. Let's do 3 more. Let's do 2. And 1. Then gently release the hands. Now from here, we're going to reach the arms up. The arms will go sideways. Now we're going to bend the elbows towards the rib cage. So we reach the arms up like in a V, and then we lower the elbows to the rib cage. 5 more, arms up and down. 4 more, up and down. 2 more, up and down. Last one, up and down. Perfect. From here, have your hands somewhere behind you, on the chair. So as we're sitting at the edge of the chair, you bring your hands behind. You can always decide, to interlace your hands here or just hold the chair. Then breathe in, open the chest, lift the chin up, gaze up towards the ceiling. And then slowly the head will come back to neutral and we will release the hands. We're going to add in a little twist now. My right hand moves towards my left hand moves towards my right knee, right hand somewhere behind you on your chair, and just find a gentle twist. Relax in the face. Breathing. Let's come back through center and let's
1, 2. Can you hear me? 1, 2.
Good afternoon.
Can you hear me?
We can hear you, Yul. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Thank you. For some reason, Meetecho was saying my microphone didn't work, but my video doesn't seem to work.
I seem to have the same problem as you. Ah, no, now it is there.
Yeah, but so my video, it doesn't find my video camera. Oh, I didn't grant permissions. How do I change that? Okay. I guess we are ready to go. Unfortunately, for some reason, my video doesn't seem to work. I somehow can't turn the permissions on for it. So you will have to do without my face. But I assume you can still hear me. Can you hear me?
Yes, indeed.
Ah, good. Great. Thanks. Okay. Yes. Welcome to the Cooperation Working Group. This is Yul Singer speaking. Unfortunately, not showing. There should be a lock in front of the URL. Don't see one. Okay, but so I'll sort it out later. I'll get things going first. So you can see the agenda we proposed, and I don't think at this point there's much change on that. There is one AOB item, which is Peter Koch has asked for a small time slot to talk about the database working group recommendations. So that will be at the end. As to technicalities, the minutes of the previous meeting had been posted. I haven't seen any comments on those, so I guess we can approve those as well. And then there's the usual housekeeping things. So yes, if you have questions, type them into the Q&A. And so when you speak, let us know your affiliation and speak slowly and clearly. Right, I think we're done with the sort of beginnings, and unless my co-chairs want to add something, I will hand over to Desiree for the next part.
Thank you, Yul, and welcome everyone to the Cooperation Working Group session. We have the agenda bashing, which I believe Yul already spoke about. One point for the tech team is that we may want to have on the screen presentation in the AOB or other section for Peter to talk in the IOB section. So with that, I'll just move on to the other point in the agenda, which is the selection of co-chairs. As you know, we had an open call for co-chair selection sometime in October 25th. Usually the process takes 2 weeks for interested parties to make notify us about their interest via mailing list. We have extended that period until November 11th, and we have not had any nominations apart from some feedback from a prior interested candidate who said because of his workload, he's no longer able to put their name forward. We have discussed this on the mailing list as well, asking for clear support of members for Achilles and Yul to continue as co-chairs, and we hope you're not just lazy, but we would really appreciate you showing some support for our co-chairs. And I would like to open this for the discussion. If there are any comments or anyone from members would like to echo their support for the selection. And probably you are managing the chat room, so if there's any comments, please let me know.
Sure, so far no comments.
No comments, I see. Well,
well there's been a +1 for Yulf and Achilles by Jim Reed, and applause from Brian.
Good, thank you. That's some action. So we have decided to, looking at the suggestions that we received on the mailing list, that the co-chairs should create a willing pool of candidates for the next selection, and we have taken that comment, and we also have to report that there is already one interest expressed on the mailing list for a person who would consider stepping up as a co-chair. With that, I could thank everyone who expressed their support and pass it back to Achilles to introduce the next item on the agenda.
Thank you, Desiree. Yes, the first point of substance in the agenda, the declaration of principles. So we'll have Chris Brackridge of RIPE NCC talking us about the submission of RIPE NCC to the EU. Simply to say that the declaration of principles, it's a long story, starting in a way from already the Tunis agenda and then OECD and the European Commission. I remember we had a quite long story about the principle, the so-called compact acronym principles, but more to Chris now to tell us about the declaration of digital principles.
Okay. Thank you, Achilles. I'm going to just load my slides here. Share. Great. Okay, so I'm going to talk a little bit about principles, statements of principles, collections of principles, and I'm certainly aware that I'm possibly opening up a much bigger topic than I actually have time for today. With that in mind, there is an article on RIPE Labs, which I would direct you to, which covers a lot of the same ground that I'm going to in this presentation, helpfully with the same title. But I would say go look at that afterwards rather than now, because I'll cover a lot of it here as well. So jumping in here, anyone who has been involved in internet governance discussions for a while will have come across statements of principles aplenty. It's something that really has been, in the last decade, we've seen like an almost countless number of statements of principles. I think we've even had discussions at the IGF about how many principles there are and is there a way to bring them together into some cohesive whole. I've included a few examples on here. If you go either to the article or to these slides, you can click on those links and get to them. But it's just a small sample. And I'm also, you can see here, the red side, the red squares, you see a lot of common language that makes its way across the different ones. So open architecture, distributed architecture is discussed a lot. Multi-stakeholder approach is also a very, very common area. How useful these principles are, we can sort of debate that. If you've read Felipe's article about RIPE NCC defining the criticality of some of our services, that's actually used some of these Internet Society 5 critical principles as a building block. That's been quite useful. I think how you judge principles is how much they're actually used and how they're reflected in the more practical outcomes down the line. And that's probably a less easy one to answer there. But so this presentation and this discussion really came about because the co-chairs asked us to talk a little bit about the fact that the RIPE NCC had responded to this open consultation on an EU Declaration of Digital Principles, which is, I believe, part of the Digital Compass 2030 work that the Commission is preparing. That open consultation included a roadmap, and that roadmap included some examples of the kind of principles that they were thinking would be involved in this document. And I've included that there, as you can see, just a draft. This is not the Commission saying these are the final ones. It was just giving some examples. Now, the RIPE NCC's response to this was to say, these are great. These are interesting principles and a good starting point. But maybe it's important to go one level up and really reinforce the commitment that the Commission and the EU institutions have to a globally interoperable, unfragmented internet. Now, this is language that the EU has used in many situations. It's language very common to a lot of the sort of Western democracy countries that commit to these kinds of principles. It's not always reflected in the kinds of legislation or regulation that come through. So part of our suggesting this was to have it once again on the record in those principles, something that when we as RIPE NCC or you as community talk to our public policy makers, we can point back to it and say, hey, you committed to this, and what you're proposing now doesn't align with that. So have a think about how to do it better. It also aligns very much with the EU's commitment to global human rights, of the importance of access to the internet for everyone. And by having it here in the EU's Declaration of Digital Principles, it would actually serve as a good public policy example globally. So, I mean, the EU, I think, for better and worse, really sets the agenda in many ways, often with digital legislation, digital regulation. Having this really baked into the EU's documents would be a really useful and important thing to do. So that was the submission we made to the EU. We're waiting to hear what the next steps of that process are. But it got us thinking, and I say us here really talking about those of us in the RIPE NCC working in the public policy space, about RIPE principles and about is there maybe a need for us, would it be useful for us to have RIPE principles more clearly or more sort of explicitly documented? And that's a bit what I'm bringing here, and I'm bringing in this article on RIPE Labs, is a chance to sort of think about that. Now, I suspect there are a couple of responses that would be possible and probably well grounded in fact. The first would be, wait, haven't we already done this? RIPE has a whole collection of policies, a whole collection of RIPE documents. It has had task force outputs. It has had statements by the community, statements by the RIPE NCC Executive Board. All of these sort of represent principles and contain references to principles that RIPE itself follows. Going all the way back to RIPE 001, the first RIPE document, its terms of reference for the RIPE community. That's essentially a collection of principles, very much principles about how RIPE operates, but principles nonetheless. The other question is it wise to sort of formalize RIPE community values in a list? And I think the RIPE Task Force on Accountability made a really good point here of saying that, yes, there are high-level principles that the RIPE community would coalesce around, could support, but writing them down might not be the best idea, partly because it might exclude people who don't feel the same from discussion. Those principles may change over time, and do we really want to have that set in stone? But then sort of going to the other side, from the RIPE NCC's perspective, and you'll hear more about this from my colleague Suzanne, we're engaging an awful lot with internet governance and internet regulation discussions at the moment. That's not likely to diminish in the near future. And the RIPE NCC's argument and advocacy in that space, could that be really strengthened if we had a sort of solid RIPE principles document that pulled together a lot of those principles that are already there, in effect, into a sort of single cohesive statement. Maybe that's a possibility. So then I've taken it to the next step of actually suggesting what some of these principles might be. And here I want to absolutely come in with a caveat. This is not the work of RIPE NCC, the Secretariat. This is the work of the community to agree on these principles. And so what I'm presenting here is very much just a draft, some thoughts that I've brought to the table, but I hope just as a conversation starter, not as sort of, here are the principles, do you like them or not, and then move on. But what I have tried to do is pull together a few principles, and I think there's 8 all told, or 9, that reference very explicitly what's already there in the RIPE documents and in RIPE policy. So I'll take you through a couple of them. First, some community principles. Participation in RIPE is open to anyone with an interest in IP addressing. That's pretty standard language for how we talk about RIPE in a lot of the documents. Is it broad enough? I'm not sure. Maybe that needs to be considered. RIPE is accountable only to itself as an open, inclusive community of people interested in technical coordination of internet networks. Again, I'm not sure this is the right language for it, but that's part of what came through in that RIPE Accountability Task Force final report. Is that the language that we want to sort of bring into this? And then policies for distribution and registration of number resources should be developed via open, bottom-up, transparent, inclusive community process with conclusions reached by consensus. Again, I think that's a pretty fundamental principle for the RIPE community. Be interested to hear if others feel the same. Moving to technical and operational principles, registration of internet number resources is vital to the stable operation of the internet globally. I think this is something that is sort of agreed really by the existence of RIPE itself, that registration is so important that we need to make sure that there are institutions to do this. Growth and innovation of the internet depends on the continued availability of IP address space. Therefore, widespread deployment of IPv6 should be a high priority. That's really drawing on the RIPE community's statement on IPv6 from 2007, I believe. And finally, some legal political principles. Internet number resources should be provided in a fair, impartial manner to end users. Internet number resources are not regarded as property. Now, that's something that's in SSA, service agreement, but also elsewhere. It's, I think, a principle that is not without some contention at the moment, given the emergence of the market. So perhaps something to discuss there. And that the means of communication should not be affected by political discussions or disputes. That's going back to the RIPE NCC's executive board statement, which was very much in relation to the application of sanctions. Is that something that the community gets behind and sees as important? So I'm throwing these out there, and I don't think we'll be able to have so much discussion on this session. It'd be great to have discussion on the mailing list. Do these look like anything you would think of as RIPE principles? And if not, what's missing? I'm really curious to hear that. Some very initial thoughts from my side. I've talked about in those principles registration as important. Conservation and aggregation or routability are also talked of as principles for the regional internet registries, but are they as solid as principles as they once were? I think the discussion in the address policy working group earlier today touched on that and sort of addressed that those are a bit more open to discussion now. So at that, I think I'm going to leave it. There is a link there to the article, and I think someone posted it in the chat as well. But I know we have a lot more to discuss today. I'll hand back to the chairs. If we have time for a bit more discussion, that's great. Otherwise, see you on the list. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Chris. We don't, we have questions, just one question from Michele Nilon. Could these principles help when lobbying?
And the answer is, well, I was going to say the answer is absolutely yes, but we don't lobby. if we don't use that particular word, no, absolutely. I think, to answer the principle of your question, Michele, yes, I think it could be useful in talking to governments, talking to policymakers, to have a sort of concise, specific document to point back to and say, these are the values that the RIPE community is committed to. This is the authority and legitimacy that we're bringing to the table when we talk to you. So yeah, that's absolutely a possibility.
Okay, before passing to audio questions, just I see in a way one that it is repeating on the question Q&A by Alex de Jode from Amsterdam IX and Peter Hessler, an internet citizen. Questions about RIPE only accountable to itself.
Yes, and I'm absolutely happy to get those questions, and I would say that is word for word if I'm what I took from the RIPE Accountability Task Force, and I would be really keen to hear from people who are part of that task force on how sustainable that is, or how much that what they would think about that statement, which is quite unequivocal in the final report, being taken out of context, which I guess I've done here. And I think the response that we're seeing to taking that out of context is a valuable one. I think maybe it needs to be thought through a little bit more how we actually talk about RIPE accountability there.
Okay, thank you, Chris. So we have two people on the audio queue. First, Brian Nisbet.
Brian, HPANet. So Chris, the opening line there is IP addressing, and an interest in IP addressing. And I suppose my question is, have we as a community not gone beyond that? I mean, operations of the internet is that piece, or are you thinking of, I suppose, for political reasons, trying to somewhat stay in our lane with this declaration of principles?
What I've done is refer back to language that is on the RIPE.net website in sort of describing what RIPE is. I think there is value in managing scope, but I do take the point that saying it's just about IP addressing is perhaps a little limiting. So I think that's a really valuable conversation to have.
Cool, thanks.
Thank you, Brian. And Leo Vegod.
Am I? Oh, yeah, I'm on screen now. So I wanted to make a comment specifically on the accountability issue. I think the statement that was in the Accountability Task Force was made on the basis that everyone and anyone can be a part of the RIPE community. But I think it's really important to think about that from the perspective of, if the answer to a question doesn't make any sense, we're asking the wrong question. So I think within the RIPE community, we have accountability to each other. We develop policies for distribution of internet resources. We're accountable to the networks that we distribute those resources to. We're also indirectly accountable to the users of those networks and to the users of the database registration information that is published. And I think all of those need to be called out. And I think the reason that those weren't called out was, well, if you're interested, you'll participate. If you participate, you're a part of the community. And so I don't think that we probably have a disagreement. I think we just need to write it down in a better way. But I think it's really important that we write it down in a better way. And I'm very grateful for all of the provocative statements that you made in your blog post, because I thought it was a brilliantly provocative blog post and a great presentation. So thank you very much.
Thanks, Leo.
Chris, any more to add? Because
no, I think that's it from me. Only to say I look forward to maybe some more discussion on the mailing list. But yeah, thank you all for the comments.
Indeed, there is in a way a question from Andrei Robachevsky, and also Alexander is having that asked to take the microphone, but we have to pass to the next point. So if we have time at the end, or otherwise, as we said, that this is going to be definitely on the mailing list.
To quickly answer Andrei's question, if you look in the article, there are links for each of those principles to where I've taken them from in other RIPE documents or policies. So yeah, please have a look.
I guess we need to move on. So we'd like to thank everyone for their questions, and you'll if you'd like to introduce the next one. Thank you.
Sure. Yes, so the next speaker is Susan Taylor from RIPE NCC, giving us an update on EU NIS 2.
Yes. Hi, everyone. It's really nice to be here today. Thank you to the chairs for inviting me to speak. So let me just share my screen here. Let me see. Sorry, just having a moment finding the right application. Let me see. No, that is not it. Of course, this worked in testing, but now technical difficulties. Okay, here we go. Sorry about that delay, everyone.
Excellent. No.
All good now? All right. So I want to start by saying, first of all, that there is so much EU regulation happening at the moment that has the potential to affect the RIPE community. But I have 10 minutes here today, so we decided to focus just on giving you an update on NIS 2, because we feel that this is one of the potential legislations that really has a big impact on the RIPE NCC, on our membership, and on the RIPE community.
Apologies.
We have also written a RIPE Labs article that goes over not only NIS 2, but also all of the other EU regulations in much more detail than I can do today. So please do have a look at that. So first,
there seems to be a black square in front of this presentation.
Oh no, okay.
Do you have some application covering it or something?
I don't, but let me see. Don't have anything else up.
Okay, are you sharing your presentation window or main window? Yeah, I wonder what's.
I am sharing in the window, yes.
Yeah, maybe you try sharing it again and it might sort of work out.
Let me see if that fixes. It was certainly fine in the testing.
Okay, that looks better.
It looks fine to me now. Is it okay?
Yeah, now it looks good.
Great.
Thanks.
Okay. So I just want to give a very quick recap to make sure that we're all on the same page. So the original directive on security of network and information systems came out into enforcement in 2018, and it was the first EU-wide cybersecurity legislation. So its aim was to boost security and ensure the stability of digital services across the EU, because our economies and societies have become so reliant on them. And it applied to digital service providers and operators of essential services. Those are the two different categories that it broke providers down into. Now, because it was a directive, that meant that member states could define their own operators of essential services. And the RIPE NCC was looked at by the Dutch government, but was not ultimately included. So the update to this, NIS 2, was brought out by the European Commission in December of 2020. And the aim was to harmonize the directive across the member states because they had found that the member states had defined operators of essential services very differently, and it was very different compliance happening across the union. And in this update, they actually did away with the old concepts and replaced operators of essential services with essential entities and digital service providers with important entities. So who's who? This is the list of who's considered an essential entity and who's considered an important entity. And these two different categories are subject to different supervisory regimes or obligations. So essential entities are subject to an ex ante regime and important entities to an ex post regime. Now, some of the main points of NIS2 are that essential entities are required, have different security requirements. They have compliance checks that they need to perform. There's different incident reporting requirements. And they also have to designate an EU representative for coordination on these topics. It also gives a larger role to ENISA, the EU's cybersecurity agency, in coordinating all of this. And importantly, management and even boards can be held personally liable for non-compliance with some pretty significant fines, up to 2% of annual turnover or 10 million euros. So what's the problem here? Well, the RIPE NCC responded to the proposal in March of this year during the public consultation phase. And we laid out three main arguments. And the QR code that you see there will take you to the section of our website where we include all of our responses to open consultations. So you can find more on NIS2 there and see our full response, along with all of the other legislative proposals that we have responded to. So when it came to NIS2, our three main arguments were, first of all, that it could have unintended consequences and overreach, because this directive is trying to regulate root name server operators, even those that are non-EU, that are not based in the EU. So that would include, for example, the US government. We had questions there about how that would apply to them and how compliance enforcement could work. We also think that it encourages other governments to potentially reciprocate with their own national legislation. And of course, then you run the risk of divergent legislation leading to a divergent internet. So our second point was that we felt that the directive, as it's been proposed by the Commission, could potentially actually reduce resiliency of the DNS rather than support it, because we think that these obligations are quite burdensome on root name server operators, and that those within the EU might be dissuaded from providing their services there as a result. And third, and possibly most importantly, we felt that the directive's proposal goes against the multi-stakeholder approach to internet governance, and in particular that it counters the IANR stewardship transition about who should be in charge of the internet's core functions. So we responded to this in our capacity as K-root operator because root name servers had been included in the directive, but we also felt that we had this sort of larger argument to make as an organization that's been involved in internet development for a long time. So there are also some other concerns about the directive that have been raised by other members of the community. These don't affect the RIPE NCC directly, but there are mandatory identification checks when registering domain names, for example. And this applies to all top-level domain registries serving EU citizens, even if they're not themselves located within the EU. So we also feel that this has the potential to place a lot of burden on the registries that's going to lead to higher costs that they will have to pass on to their customers. And that in turn is going to limit their ability to compete in what really is a global market when you're looking at the registry industry. And we also have questions about how you could possibly enforce compliance here when you're talking about registries not based within the EU. So just very briefly, don't let this slide overwhelm you, but I wanted to take you through very quickly the EU legislative process. So basically, when the Commission comes up with a new idea or an update to an existing piece of legislation, it goes through these different phases. And there are different points where the public can give its feedback. And this is how the RIPE NCC responded to one of these open consultations. Coincidentally, this has actually just changed. It's going to become a little simplified going forward. But once the Commission comes out with its proposal, it then goes to Parliament for a first read, and they develop their own position on it. So they can come up with amendments that they then vote on in order to adopt that position. And the Council, which is made up of the EU member states, also develops its own position. And there are some horizontal working parties. So the Commission is actually somewhat involved in that process, along with, when it comes to cybersecurity, for example, some other agencies like Europol and ENISA. So once the three institutions, the Commission, the Parliament, and the Council, have each developed their own position, it then goes into what's called trilogue negotiations, where the three try to come to an agreed upon compromise that's then adopted by the Parliament. And if it's a directive, then it's left to member states to transpose that into their national laws. And if it's a regulation, then it applies directly across the board to all member states. So the parliamentary sessions are a little bit more transparent, while the council sessions tend to be very closed. And this is what we've done so far. I'll take you through where we're at in the process. So as I mentioned, we responded to the public consultation with those three arguments. And at the end of that, we actually explicitly asked for root name servers to be excluded based on those arguments we had laid out. We then engaged with the relevant MEPs who are in charge of the NIS2 directive. And we're really happy to report that we have had some success, the Parliament side of things at least, because the committee in charge of the file actually excluded root name servers in their amendments, and they voted on that, and that was adopted at the end of October. So Parliament as a whole is going to vote on that in December, but we expect that to go through with the exclusion of root name servers. And I just want to point out here their reasoning in their report, because I thought it was really nice. So they said, root name servers should be out of scope. Regulating them is contrary to the EU's vision of a single, open, neutral, free, secure, and unfragmented network, and could encourage and empower states advocating for a top-down, state-controlled internet governance approach instead of the multi-stakeholder approach. So it's really, really nice to see some of our arguments echoed there. So at this point, it's now up to Council, the EU member states, to come up with their own position on the directive. And the latest draft that we saw was from the 11th of November, and they may end up proposing to include only providers with a significant footprint in the EU. So for root name server operators, it would be those with more than 10 sites in the EU, and that would still include the RIPE NCC. But we're engaging with the Dutch government and several others, and we're trying to explain our arguments and our concerns. And the Council is expected to vote on its final adoption of its position on the 3rd of December at the Telecommunications Council meeting. But what was quite exciting was, just as this session started today, we actually got word that it's possible that there's an even more recent update to their draft position that might be excluding the root name server operators. So we will have to wait and see if that's the case and if that's what's voted on, but that was really, really encouraging to hear. So my last slide is, what can you do? Well, you can certainly learn more about the NIS2 directive and how it has the possibility to impact you. And I've included there a few of the different articles and recitals of particular importance that I think might be of interest. The QR code there on the side is also that link to the RIPE Labs article that does explain more about all of the different regulation. And at this point, because it is left up to the Council at this point, you can talk to your government contacts there. We need as much support as we can get from the different member states, and you can play a part in helping explain the problems that you see and making sure that those technical implications are understood. And other than that, it's just up to us to keep sharing information, keep the discussion alive on the cooperation mailing list and on RIPE Labs, and make sure that we're all in the know about different developments, which we will keep doing for you, for sure. So that's it for me. I am not sure if there's any time for questions. I'll give it back over to the chairs.
We are extremely short on time, but there's one question in the Q&A. And there's one comment. So let me do the comment first, which is from Mihaly Nalon, saying that the obligation for domain registration applies to registrars and registries, not just registries.
Yes,
and the question is from Alexander Isavnin. Do RIPE NCC participate only in EU open consultations? Will RIPE NCC participate in such consultations in service region outside EU?
Yes, so we absolutely do participate in open consultations with other governments across the 76 countries in our service region. And again, you can find the list of all of those on the RIPE.net website if you use the QR code there that I included.
Great, thank you. This was very, very enlightening, I think, for many of us.
Thank you so much.
And I guess we can continue the discussion on the mailing list, hopefully.
Yes, let's do that.
Right, I hand over to Desiree for the next one.
Thank you, Jolf. It's my pleasure to introduce our next speaker, who is Henriette Esterhuizen. She's the chair of the United Nations Internet Governance Multi-Stakeholder Advisory Group. And she's been chairing that group for a few years. And we welcome Henriette to tell us a little bit more about the 16th Internet Governance Forum, and that will be held in Poland, and we'll have a short Q&A. So the floor is yours. Welcome, Henriette.
Thank you so much, Desiree, for inviting me. It's really a pleasure to be in this RIPE meeting. In fact, it's also quite intimidating because your meetings are so well organized. As the IGF, we have a lot to learn. Yes, so just to tell you briefly what to expect from this year's IGF, and it feels very appropriate to do this after Suzanne's presentation, because I think it's precisely because there is such a flood of initiatives to introduce various kinds of regulation that impacts on the internet. It's precisely that we need the IGF, that we need a space like the IGF, where we can actually talk from a multi-stakeholder perspective about the intended and the possibly unintended consequences. So just to give you a bit of a sense of where the IGF is, the pandemic impacted hugely on the IGF, as on many other forums. In addition to that, there's digital cooperation process within the United Nations. There was this new document released last year, the roadmap for digital cooperation. It was followed up by an options paper. So there's this whole dialogue at a sort of geopolitical level about what is happening with digital cooperation, the status of it, where it should be located and concentrated, and whether the IGF is sufficiently strong or effective to be a space for that. So that really has been in the background of the IGF's work this year. And then, of course, the internet governance ecosystem keeps expanding. And this raises the question of where does the IGF fit in? What is the specific value add that the Internet Governance Forum brings to this process? A question which I feel Chris Buckridge actually answered really brilliantly in his blog. And then there's also this pressure on the IGF to be outcome oriented, but at the same time, everyone recognizes that the strength of the IGF is that it doesn't negotiate outcomes. So this is a bit of a paradox, and it impacts on how we try and evolve the IGF. Goals that are important: inclusion, being relevant, being focused, financial sustainability, addressing the sort of high level demand for more place in the IGF by governments, without losing the IGF's essential community-driven character. So all of this is impacting on how we are organizing the IGF. You might also have heard of the leadership panel. This is a new structure, and calls for nominations went out last week, or about 2 weeks ago. The deadline is 29 November, and this is a new high-level body that will play an advisory role, but also it's intended to increase the visibility of the IGF. And another new document issued by the United Nations Secretary General called Our Common Agenda, which is proposing, I think very interesting for RIPE participants, the idea of a global digital compact that would then be presented at a UN summit in 2023. But we can come back to all of this and how we think the IGF can consolidate its role in these processes. So to talk specifically about where we are now, The IGF is more than an event. It has these intersessional activities, the best practice forums. There are 2 operating this year, one on cybersecurity, looking at norms and how norms can foster trust and security, and one looking at gendered disinformation and misinformation. Excuse me. 2 new modalities or 2 new policy networks were introduced this year. The policy network on environment and the policy network on universal and meaningful access. These policy networks are intended to operate within the framework of the IGF, so they are open and inclusive. Anyone can participate in them, but they do try to formulate policy recommendations, so they're a little bit more outcome oriented than most other aspects of the IGF. And then dynamic coalitions, there are 22 at the moment. They're self-organized communities of practice. And in fact, some of the IGF's most important work takes place in those completely independent, autonomous, dynamic coalitions. There are also national and regional IGF initiatives, and these have grown into, I think, really in a way where the IGF has taken root, and where it's really building awareness of multi-stakeholder internet governance at a local level. So there are many of these. We have around 137 at the moment, and I won't dwell on that. I think many of you participate in these. Of course, Eurodic is a flagship regional IGF. The structure of the IGF program this year, it will have a big annual event with more than 200 sessions in these different tracks. High-level track for leaders from all stakeholder groups, a parliamentary track, a youth track, and so on. There was also, it's just coming to a close, a virtual preparatory and engagement phase. And this was a way of building more focus in the discussion, ensuring that we go to the annual forum in December with a bit more preparation and the intersessional work I've mentioned. It's hybrid, so that's very important and very challenging. It's much easier, actually. In 2020, the IGF was fully virtual. We had more than 7,000 participants, or around 7,000. But hybrid is challenging, combining face-to-face and online. But that is what we are doing. In other words, we'll use Zoom. All sessions will have an online dimension, even if it is also taking place physically in a room with people sitting, listening, and speaking. Important is the issue areas we're focusing. This is a bit small, but I'll just read through them. The main focus areas are universal access and meaningful connectivity, and economic and social inclusion and human rights. And these were developed based on input from the community. Then there are these 4 areas which are emerging and cross-cutting, and they might feature again on the program next year. Emerging regulation, as Suzanne's presentation pointed out, and I said earlier, was a really important concern for the IGF community. Environmental sustainability and climate change, increasingly important for people in the sector. And then inclusive internet governance ecosystems. This is what I was talking about, all these new initiatives to facilitate cooperation in the digital sphere and in the world of digital governance. And then trust, security, and stability. So the program is structured on these themes, and outcomes or discussion will be captured and documented, so that we do have at the end of the event key messages in all of those issue areas. You'll also find, if you look at the meeting background document, there are actually specific policy questions that came from the community. There are these high-level tracks. The parliamentary track is interesting. It's focusing specifically on legislative approaches for a user-centric digital space, quite broad, but they're looking at regulation as well. And then there are other activities, as there usually is at an IGF. There's space for bilateral meetings. There's an IGF village. There are remote hubs in different parts of the world. There will be an exhibition of done by people. It's a competition that the host country is organizing, a performance by a pianist, music night, and so on. So it is, in fact, I'm not sure if we'll have as many participants as we had at the Berlin IGF, but we're trying to build on much of the lessons that we learned from Berlin. Free transport in the Katowice city as well, for example, in museum tickets. So we do hope to give people an experience that adds value at different levels. So that's it from me. Let's talk a little bit more. I'm sure you might have questions. I'll come back to this slide here in case some of you do have questions about some of these more recent developments around the IGF. And just in closing, I really do want to thank all of you. There are people in this room right now in RIPE 83 who are very active supporters of the IGF. And the technical community's participation in these broader general policy discussions is just indispensable. If there isn't good content on the technology, the processes, the protocols that drives the internet, we won't find good policy being made by decision makers. So your participation in the IGF is essential. Desiree, back to you.
Thank you so much. And also thank you for agreeing to be with us today when we have a MAG meeting. So special for taking us through. I'm hearing some echo, and therefore I may ask some of my co-chairs to take it over if it continues. So in the chat room we seeing a lot of hands applaud. Thank you all. And there is no particular questions apart from one from Maria Hall, and I don't know, Maria, if you would like to ask a question so I can read it. And the question is, what's the background for the IGF leadership program? If you'd like to respond, Henriette, to that one.
Thanks for that question. So that dates back to something called the High-Level Panel on Digital Cooperation, which was convened by the UN Secretary General in, I think, 2019, roughly 2018, 2019. And the report of this panel then became, or part of the report found its way into the roadmap for digital cooperation. And there was this proposal from the UN Secretary General that a new high-level multi-stakeholder body be established. That was then put out for open consultation again earlier this year. The community responded. The multi-stakeholder advisory group that I chair did some work on it as well. And it was quite contentious. I think there were different perspectives on it. It wasn't clear how it would relate to the existing MAG. So, Maria, that's really the background. In the end, what the UN Secretary General decided was to name it not a multi-stakeholder high-level body, but to name it a leadership panel. And the idea is that it can act as an interface between the IGF, which really exists outside of the UN system. Even though it's part of the UN, on a day-to-day basis, it operates outside of it. So the idea is that this panel can be a bridge between the IGF and member state processes, intergovernmental processes. It is made up of two people from CEO or minister level, from all the different stakeholder groups, government, business, civil society, and technical community. And if you go to the IGF website, you'll find a very brief terms of reference for it, as well as explanation of how it would relate to the MAG, and then the call for nominations. But I think, we'll still, in implementation, I think we'll have to figure out exactly where it fits in and what it does. Thanks, Chris. I see Chris is posting the RIPE NCC's comment and response, which was, I think, excellent.
Thank you, Henriette. I see there are no more questions, and we know that you have a very tight schedule. So we really like to thank you for taking us through all the IGF structure and what we can expect in Katowice. and hopefully many of us will register and online or be there in person. With that, let's move.
Thanks very much, Desiree. Bye-bye, everyone.
Thank you. And with that, we need to move to the A or B part of the agenda, where we have Peter Koff from the database working group talking about the task force findings and recommendations. If someone could upload Peter's slides, thank you.
Hi, this is Peter. Can you see my slides?
Yes.
That is so great. Okay. So thanks to the chairs for sneaking me in at the final minute for the short presentation of what the database requirements task force came up with. So first of all, our results have meanwhile been published as RIPE 767. You can go to the website and read it all there. We delivered the results to the RIPE chair as representative of the RIPE community, and now the community has to, or is invited, of course, to digest what the recommendations are and then decide on ways forward. We've split ourselves and present parts of the recommendations in various working groups, partly because there is an easy one-to-one of a recommendation and a working group, and in this case we have a couple of recommendations regarding the amount of data and accuracy and so on and so forth, and we don't necessarily expect that the cooperation working group is taking the work up, but there might be stakeholders particularly present in this working group that might be interested in the outcomes or recommendations, I should say. So I'm jumping ahead until, like, here you find the whole slide set uploaded. There's a lot of detail about what we did and how many sessions we had and so on and so forth. The report contains a dozen or so recommendations, and I've picked 4 for this group to maybe digest and think about. It's all about technical things, RPSL, RPKI, and so on and so forth, but a couple of those, as you see at the end, publishing legal addresses of resource holders or not, and dealing with particular information, personal information in the database. So this is one recommendation. We had lots of discussion about what data accuracy actually means, because obviously accuracy is something that needs to be weighed against expectations, and different stakeholders might have different expectations on what to find. So this is a verbatim quote from the report. You can dive in there. And we recommend that the full legal name of the resource holder will be registered, the contact information for admin and taxi, we know that, and the country code for where the resource holder is legally based. And that might help certain stakeholders to get to further information. We did not recognize the full postal address should be a baseline requirement, because it's not really for operational coordination. It is present and it can be got to with a certain amount of effort. Next one, sorry. Here we are. Next recommendation is about the amount of data and the granularity of information that should be stored in the database. This is already presented to the address policy working group, if I'm not mistaken. So the basic idea is that the resource holders, which usually translates into LIRs, are fully responsible for the registration of their assignments, or whether or not they make assignments in the first place. Our recommendation is that they don't have to submit data for each and every address block they assign into the RIPE database, which is especially important if that are small chunks of address space that are, for example, assigned to individuals to avoid unnecessary personal information in the database. Again, the report contains a bit more of detail, but this is an important thing. We also recommend at the same time, of course, that the assisted registry checks should be continued to make sure that there is a documentation available for the RIPE NCC when it comes to more details of the registration. Next one. We generally recommend to get rid of person objects and replace them by role objects. So this is not only a syntactical change, but of course the recommendation goes in the direction of avoiding personal information in the first place. And that should be supported by moving from one type of object to another, even though of course you could, if you really dearly wanted, enter personal information in role objects, but you aren't supposed to. And finally, that we could not really arrive at a consensus for the publication of the legal address of resource holders. We understand that there are certain needs, but the database task force, after going through the pros and cons and the community feedback, could not agree on going ahead with a general general recommendation to publish that legal address of resource holders. There are other ways to get to those, and I mentioned the country code of the resource holder in the first place. And that's basically those four. What's happening next? The chair team will coordinate with the relevant working groups, and various working groups and the community in total will hopefully discuss what the recommendations are and what to do with them. And there will be a slot in the community plenary on, I believe, Friday, if not Thursday, to go in more detail through these recommendations and make the community aware. I don't think there's time for questions, and thanks a lot for your attention.
Thank you so much, Peter, for running us just through the end of the hour and very briefly presenting the final recommendations. I suggest we take this also to the mailing list. And I'd like to thank everyone who participated, asked questions, and given support to the co-chairs, Yulf and Achilles. And of course, special thanks for the transcribers. And do not forget to rate our session. Thank you very much, and we look forward to seeing you again.
Thank you, everybody.
And forward to have a real coffee once.
Yes.
Soon. Barista. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Bye.
Hello, everybody. Can you hear me okay? Dun, dun, dun. Ah, the excitement of Meet Echo. All right, let's let everyone else join in. All right. Hello, everyone. Can you hear me? Yes, I can hear you typing loudly. Famous Gerardo, the quiz master. Thank you all so much for joining us and sticking around. What we have here is birds of a feather. We're going to kind of keep it very, very, very casual. We didn't have any major hot plans because we were hoping, you guys are kind of tired of the presentations all day, so we were hoping to kind of catch you while you were all still here so we can pick your brains and get as much information as we can. It makes our lives and our jobs a lot easier and helps us provide better training opportunities in the future. So if you're here, you saw the synopsis. We wanted to create effective learning experiences that will help you and our members in the community succeed. And so we'd like to have an open discussion asking for your feedback about future training options. So it's either training that you'd be interested in, or as a member of the industry, maybe you see learning blind spots, some knowledge gaps in the community that we should be focusing on. So we're going to have kind of an open template. We'll create a few themes that we'll ask a few questions about. People can, if you're shy, you can answer in the chat, or you can bug us with your mic and we can just talk it out. So I was going to go over just our goals within learning and development here at the RIPE NCC, and then we can get started with some questions. Does that sound good? So what we're trying to accomplish in the learning and development department is to establish the RIPE NCC as a knowledge authority and a center of expertise. We want sustainable and continuing development of the internet community and sub-communities in the RIPE region. We want to educate on internet standards and best current practices to contribute to the resiliency, stability, and neutrality, and empower individuals and groups of people by providing them with the knowledge and skills they need to do their jobs, reduce operational workload, be a part of the IRR system, and affect change within their communities. So, getting people to go out there and do stuff, hopefully doing it the correct way. And also we have internal services that we train people on, and just kind of things that make your life a little easier. So before going into anything specific, I'm going to pass it on to Evelyn and Pedro, and we're going to ask some questions. So our first theme today is learning topics. Oh, I skipped a slide. Just for housekeeping. The way it's going to go is if multiple people are joining in, you want to, you'll enter the queue and we'll let you in. And if you're going to stick around to continue the conversation, instead of revoking your audio, you just want to use that mute button on the bottom right until you speak next. Just something that goes ongoing. Otherwise, we'll just do our best to kind of keep things in the chat or keep the conversation going. So, but we want to keep it flexible. So learning topics. Evelyn, tag you're it.
Yeah, the first thing we would like to hear about from you is which topics or which subjects you are interested in learning. We don't know if you already know e-learning that we offer. Maybe you've taken webinars with us before, or maybe you've even attended some face-to-face trainings and seen Gerardo and Pedro in practice. So yeah, we'd like to ask you, what are topics that you think you should be learning about, or that others that you notice that there's a learning gap that you think other people should learn about, or if there are any issues in your job that you think RIPE NCC training could help resolve. So yeah, I'd welcome you to open your microphones or type things in the chat. Yes, Gerardo says, speak up, we're listening. see Blake wants to say something. I granted you audio rights. And Wolfgang as well.
Thanks for hosting this. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Great, thank you. So I think that RPKI and routing security in general, without getting into overlap from other like BGP or whatever training modules that would be available, I think maybe in coordination with Manners. I mean, looking on Manners' website right now, they have an implementation guide, but they don't actually offer training, right? Maybe something along those lines would be helpful along with RPKI implementation in general, of course.
Thank you. Will can probably tell a bit about that as we're working on it.
It's currently in development, so perfect.
Yeah, we're working on an e-learning course that also has these topics in it, and also future certification related to BGP security. Also, Wolfgang, you have we granted you audio. Do you have a comment for us? A question?
Yeah, thank you. I would like you to continue with it was called LAR basics, I think, in the past. So how the RAR system works, what's the difference between RIPE NCC and RIPE? There are still new people entering the industry, and I think you should really, as RIPE NCC, very much also focus on that.
Thank you. Yeah, that is also something we have. We would like to do again, because yeah, you're right. We used to have an e-learning course on LAR, and it was a bit outdated, so we're no longer offering it. We are still offering 2 webinars though related to LAR topics, but yeah, it's definitely something that we need to produce again. So thanks for your feedback. Anyone else has any recommendations on topics we can offer, or things that are important for your job that we currently may not have, or maybe topics that we already offer that we could do a bit more with, or that you're just happy with? Any feedback is welcome. Oh, Dennis.
Hi.
Hey.
It was said during the presentations in the address policy today that new members don't understand the difference between allocations and assignments. Now, I thought this was something that would be covered in your basic training courses, because to me it's quite clear. An allocation is what the NCC gives to members. Those bits of it, including the whole which are in use, are assignments. Maybe I'm simplifying it too much, but perhaps it's something you should think about.
Yeah, thank you. Gerardo, we are covering this in the e-learning. Maybe you can tell a bit about that.
Yes, the thing about the allocation assignment difference, that's in the LAR course included. So that differentiation is actually being explained or trained. Actually, what we're asking here is if there's other topics besides the ones that we have, which the community would see very favorably in a training course or in a micro-learning maybe, or a webinar. That's where we would actually want to know where should we go further.
And if I can add to that, yeah, that's also ties up nicely with Wolfgang suggested. So this topic was in the old LIR course that was deprecated some time ago. So as soon as we manage to create a new updated version, that will definitely be there. But it is also present in all the webinars that we're still delivering. Well, not all the webinars, but the new introductory webinars for new LIRs. So that is indeed an important topic.
Oh, Antoine, you also had a
yes, I had my hand up.
Thank
Having
you.
done my last face-to-face LIR meeting at RIPE back in 1999, when they were still in the old building, I was trying to send some staff of me to BGP security training for the last 2 years. But of course, those are also still all webinars nowadays and not the face-to-face trainings. One of the things that I really missed was to have access to a lab where they can actually, you know, have hands-on experience, entering things in a database and you know, setting up routing and stuff like that. I know for the physical labs there was always a lab environment present. So if that is something that you could actually have for LIRs that want to do the training, that would be a good addition, I think.
Hi, that's actually very exciting. We're in the middle of developing that right now. It's going to be a BGP security course. It will also have a very large comprehensive section on RPKI, and we want to make sure, much like the IPv6 security course that we have a lab environment and you know, regular hands-on labs that people can work on in their own time. Obviously, when face-to-face returns, people will be excited to do the in-person as well. But we'd like to have something that everyone can access whenever they need. And we're aiming to have that published and finished next year. So hopefully, if all goes well, it'll be out sooner, but that's kind of our tentative date. But yeah, we're working on that. Were there any labs in particular that that you were wanting to see in that course, just out of curiosity?
For some staff to send to BGP security labs, and what they especially missed was, you know, the hands-on experience.
That's good to
Awesome.
know. Yeah,
Thank you very much.
the IPv6 security course is actually the first course that we have that offers labs, and we have 6 labs for that course right now. Also, if you have any suggestions on topics that you'd like to see in the labs, either for IPv6 security in the future or for BGP or any other topics, because we have realized when we were looking at the data that a lot of people like doing activities, and that's like in the e-learning platform, people prefer doing, like, they really like doing activities compared to just taking modules. So if there are any activities that you'd like to see in the future that we don't offer yet, please give us your suggestions.
I want to ask further about the labs question. What kind of hands-on experience do you think people would want? Like looking at the protocol in detail, or learning how to configure a device? What exactly would the lab purpose be?
People that are, you know, starting in a new job or starting to do new things. Of course, most companies have some lab equipment available that they can play on, but you know, you don't let them play into production, right? So yeah, so it's basically it's configuring devices and then doing all the connection, I think.
Yeah, that's quite of a challenge for us, because
I know. Yes, I realize that. That's why, you know, I have seen the hands-on lab before everything became webinars, and I thought, well, this is actually quite suitable to start doing some things. But then when I wanted to send my people on the course, you know, it was webinars and no longer hands-on, so I missed the lab. That's basically the remark.
Yeah. We are going to have an open house on 6th December talking about creating your own test lab. So maybe we can further talk about this topic there in the open house.
Anyone else wants to jump in on topics or subjects that you think we should cover? We've heard LIR, BGP related topics, RPKI, and so on.
I think it was Kurt who the suggestion that we could present some courses that are separate the more technical from the less technical aspects. which could be an interesting approach.
Well, a bit of a disclaimer here. I also do trainings, and I have built a lab, and I do trainings on BGP. So it's hard to build a lab which is either vendor independent, or you do not want to run a Cisco training. You do not want to run a Juniper training. You want to run a BGP training. So, well, yeah, everybody has to figure it out for themselves. Well, I built my lab completely on top of open source software. I'm using FR routing for that, for example. It's just because everybody was talking about a lab. Well, it's really hard, and you have to focus what you can do in a short amount of time. And I did these lab trainings on site before COVID and also online. And basically all I did was give the people a console where they can type in commands, but actually it was pre-written what they had to type in. And already that was a challenge for some participants. So a lab is really, really hard to run, especially if you run it remote and not on site. Just my comment. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, so our next topic would be, just in case, just learning in general. Even you had some questions about this?
Yeah, we're kind of curious how do you ideally learn new things? So do you prefer face-to-face training? Do you prefer webinars? Do you prefer e-learning? And has the COVID pandemic maybe changed how you approach learning? And when you're deciding, when you're deciding on I want to take a course on a certain topic, what is the first thing to do? Do you Google it? Do you go to a certain vendor site, or how do you approach learning in general?
Evelyn, maybe you can give some pointers as to what kind of information you're expecting.
Yeah, just in general, which, do you prefer learning face-to-face? Do you prefer learning in webinars, e-learning? Yeah, what are your favorite ways of learning new things? What would you like us to provide more things of as well? Maybe you've taken any of our trainings before. What do you think you prefer us to do? Would you want e-learning courses on a big topic, or do you prefer smaller tutorials to solve on-the-job problems? What is your ideal way of learning?
Or is it that you prefer sitting 1 hour or 2 hours watching us talk about a specific topic in a webinar, or you prefer going to a website like RIPE NCC Academy or any other and follow a course, full deep dive into a certain topic? So we're kind of thinking out, trying to see what is the most preferred channel for most people, or maybe there's no preferred one. It really depends on what kind of learner you are. Christoph?
Yeah, Christoph, you had a comment.
You don't know if you see me. Okay, excellent.
We hear you.
And we don't see your camera, but we can hear you.
We just heard you.
Okay,
yeah,
I don't.
heard you. Well, somehow you think we lost you.
Yeah, that's true, yeah.
Also, Blake raised his hand while we're waiting for Christoph.
There's a good suggestion in the Q&A.
Oh, Joey has a
Yes.
comment in the Q&A. He said, I really like the e-learning course for the RIPE Database Associates. However, the company running the online exam is horrible, at least in my opinion. I haven't been able to successfully start the exam. After 2 tries, I gave up. Course is great, but a different way of examination would be great. That's good feedback. And yeah, we're aware there have been some issues with the platform after the exam.
That's good feedback. Obviously, we each like our own babies. A lot of us here, we make the e-learning, so we're like, oh, I love e-learning and learning at my own pace. But we also provide a lot of webinars, and we have a lot of great trainers that like giving face-to-face instruction. Some people just kind of want it all in one go, you know, kind of force them to see the whole thing through. So if there are any preferences or things that you think come up in minds that you prefer, just let us know. Otherwise, we can also move on to the next topic where we will talk more about our things.
In any case, I see there's quite a few suggestions going on the chat. Still
some great feedback
about topics that we can approach on our courses. So there's a lot of stuff there.
Yeah, Kurt Kaiser, he recommends, like he misses a forum for new ISPs, like how to exchange ideas, do's and don'ts. Like it's in the NOG group sometimes. That's a good point. It's one thing we don't really offer right now. It's like discussion forums or something, which is something that some e-learning platforms also offer. They said best practices with IPAM tools, how to manage IP-related data. And Ulka is wondering what everyone's preferences is for online versus in-person once travel and events can resume, like post-COVID. Anyone has any input on that?
Just anything that lowers the barrier to entry can only be regarded as a good thing, right? If the in-person training requires you to either get some travel budget or wait 6 months until a training session might happen to come to your town versus, you know, there's an online course every month and you just sign up for it, then.
Makes sense. Yeah. Dennis.
I have to admit I haven't looked at many of your webinars recently, but is there any kind of test done at the end of the webinar course? Because I sat that database exam and I have to agree with that comment that the environment in which you do that test is really quite bad. But maybe what you could do is look at having a series of modules where you could study something and do a test at the end of it and build up a series of credits which leads to some kind of professional qualification, rather than have that focused, dedicated, horrendous experience of doing that database exam.
Yeah, we received some feedback of some more complicated experiences with the platform. The way we do the exam right now, and for the ones of you who have been using the RIPE NCC Academy for a few years already, remember we had also some final exams in the academy itself. The problem with these exams or any test that is not proctored is that, yeah, anyone can be doing the exam on your name, and that will, in terms of credibility of who is achieving the certificate, that ends up that it doesn't mean anything. And that's why we, at a certain point, to carry on to have proper certification, we needed to pair up with an external company to provide this proctored exams, where, yeah, the ID of the person being examined is checked and so on. So all these extra checks, which are maybe not such a good experience, to some extent they are necessary to provide that credibility. And yeah, maybe that way is improve this, but yeah, that's the reason why we're doing it right now.
So, Blake.
Yeah.
Those are Thanks. Those are very good points, but at the same time, the feedback on basically every proctoring software I've seen from educators during COVID is that it's absolutely horrible, bordering on discriminatory, and especially for people with any disabilities or anything like that, just terrible, terrible, terrible. I have not seen any proctoring. Now, I haven't gone out and looked, mind, but I have not seen any proctoring software that people are like, oh, this is actually good and like serve the purpose, and people accommodated disabilities and accommodated different users and stuff like that.
Yeah, there are the alternatives to provide this, let's say, certification with the proper identification. I mean, you can have training centers, testing centers that are, the same companies provide them all over the world, but there's also still a problem, because then you have, for some people, that also may not so feasible to move to the testing center. So, but so far the online solution, the remote solution that we've so far is this one. But of course, we are always looking for other ways to improve it.
Yeah, I see a similar question by Christoph in the Q&A. He's asking, would an open book exam be possible instead of this exam company? That's what Pedro just explained. So there are up and downsides to each format that we use.
Yeah, we still want as much feedback as we can about it, because this is all stuff that we can take directly to that company. It's our current solution, but if we can get them to either fix the issues, or we can look into other alternatives, RIPE who prefer something different, this is the information that empowers us to do that. So it's always frustrating when we work so hard to make this content, and then you have to hand it over to some third party to control the experience. And so we'd like to have a little bit more control again, to make sure that everyone's, so that the right thing's the easy thing all the way through to the end of the process. So keep it coming. You're not hurting our feelings. It's only stuff that is going to help us make it better. Was someone that's just there to knock? There we go.
There are a couple more comments in the chat. Like one, Max is saying that he doesn't have the environment at home, so it's hard to take the exams from his home. That's a good point. And also a good point by Blake. Certainly merits more research.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm afraid my kids might never let me take an exam at home. So.
I wouldn't be able to do an exam at home.
And in the office as well, he says. Yeah, we noticed, especially as people are still working from home, it's very hard to just have a private room to yourself. And indeed, also at the office, it's not always possible.
Yeah.
So that's good feedback. Any other feedback you have about, like, any other people taking the exam? What you thought about it? Or are there any certifications that you'd like us to offer in the future? Any topics you'd like to take exams on? Also, have any of you claimed vouchers in the academy? Please don't be shy.
Yeah, there's actually in the gift bag, I believe, where we have an opportunity to claim vouchers for the event, at the event.
Blake.
Thanks. I think regarding the certifications, I generally encourage my more junior engineers to try to go for vendor independent certifications, whether that be, there's a bunch of stuff like that, all the ITIL stuff. There's Linux Foundation, which has a little bit of networking content. It's obviously mostly sysadmin and cloud and stuff, but there's a little bit of networking content in the Linux Foundation. But in general, I generally encourage my folks to try to go for vendor neutral certification, and RIPE NCC certification is at the top of that list, just because it's one of the very few vendor neutral networking certifications available. Again, there are others, but.
Thank you. It's a huge deal for us. trying to, because we're not trying to directly compete with vendors. The idea is to kind of fill the gaps and focus on the stuff that we know best.
Yeah, absolutely, and it certainly, like Ignace mentioned earlier in the chat, right? It really avoids copy pasta, where people just memorize a bunch of Cisco commands and then say, "Hey, I know BGP," and like, well, okay.
Oh,
exactly.
We have another question in the Q&A about this by Leo. He's asking, how about a spoken exam over a video conference? Yeah, that's something we haven't thought about yet. Okay, are there any reasons why you would prefer that over like currently more like a written multiple choice exam? Oh, I just granted you audio, but.
Hello, can you hear me?
Leo, yes.
Yeah, so I was thinking, like, with a lot of academic institutions at the end of the course, instead of doing a written exam, you'll do a viva, and the professor or the PhD examiner, will essentially go and ask you questions about your research. And if your goal is to ascertain whether someone has actually understood something, having a conversation seems as good a way and perhaps a more user-friendly way than trying to do some kind of proctored exam. It's obviously not ideal for when you want to do anything technical, when you want someone to go and show you that they can configure something. But, if you're, trying to establish that someone understands the concept, literally a telephone conversation or a video conference could establish what you need.
Thanks. Yeah, that's a good point. See if you have any other comments in the chat. Oh, for certification, Kurt is saying certificate to be able to understand and follow RIPE policies. Well, technically we could do LR type of certification. Christoph says, I need no voucher, already have all certificates. Well, congratulations.
We'll see you at the graduation party.
Yeah, Thursday. So at 12:30 we have a graduation party for everyone who has earned certificates. Please wear your like t-shirts if you have them, or hoodies like if you pass the security exam. Yeah, like Will is showing off his hoodie.
Purple's not everyone's color, but it stands out in the crowd. So, all right, let's move on to the next topic. We can talk about our favorite stuff, our content. Woo!
Want me to ask?
Yes.
We have a couple of questions here for you to think about. First of all, we're very curious. Who is already familiar with the RIPE NCC Academy? Have you already heard about it? And if you did, do you remember how you first heard about the RIPE NCC Academy? And what made you want to visit it? And yeah, what's your experience? Have you taken any of our courses? We're offering 3 courses right now, plus microlearnings. Yeah, please. We have so many things to ask here. So
yeah.
Please,
One of the reasons we're asking is because we're sometimes surprised with, well, maybe we shouldn't be surprised, but when we are giving a face-to-face course or a webinar, and the amount of people that haven't heard about the Academy, it's quite large. Even though we exist since 2014, which makes us think, yeah, we're not really promoting it the right way. So yeah, we'd like to also hear from you. Do you know it, and have you heard about it, and if you did, from where? And if you haven't, well, now you know. Now you heard about it.
in the meantime, while you're thinking about your answers, Let me post the link to it in the chat.
Yeah.
You beat me to it.
So any input on it? Oh, Pedro.
And so for the ones who don't know the RIPE NCC Academy, it is basically our main e-learning platform. So all the e-learning content that e-learning courses that we create are in the academy. It's of course it's for free. The only thing you need to have is a RIPE NCC access account, the same as you would use to log into RIPE-Stat or RIPE Atlas and so on. And yeah, that's where we are. That's a platform for our e-learning courses. Leo did some micro-learning courses and he was impressed. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, the micro-learning courses. That was another question that we're gonna have to you. If the word micro-learning is actually catchy enough, does it mean anything to you? But yeah, micro-learning, as in we have the main full deep dive courses where we go deep into a certain topic like RIPE database or IPv6 security, but also we are also publishing little bits of content like explaining how ping works, how traceroute works, just like small bits of learning content there.
Oh, Leo says he did. I was impressed, and also Anders says microlearning sounds like an appealing concept. Mm-hmm. Yeah, we've actually released it this year, and so far we have microlearning on ping, microlearning on traceroutes, and we're working on one on packet switching. There are also a couple of videos that we've added to our microlearning section that are related to the RIPE database. So they're quick how-tos related to RIPE database topics. And yeah, we've heard good feedback so far about microlearnings, and we would love to make more. So if there are any topics that you'd like to have a microlearning on, please let us know. So yeah, microlearnings are just very quick, 5 to 10 minutes tutorials, like a video, animations, some questions, things like that.
Yeah. Is there anything you're tired of explaining to someone over and over and over again? Yeah. It'd be a perfect 15-minute microlearning that we can make. So we're always open to giving people preferential treatment if you guys have ideas. So.
Yeah.
See, Blake Willis is saying a rather challenging training and certification would be global BGP Anycast. Well, that certainly wouldn't be a microlearning.
It's the macro learning section.
Yeah.
Yeah, update a record in the RIPE database. Actually, that exists. I mean, it's one of those, videos that like we already had for a while, but now we include them in the microlearning section. They used to be in another repository of learning videos, but now they're all in the academy. So for the RIPE database, you have this. If you're not going into the full course, you can follow these little videos just explaining several aspects of the database on how to use it, create objects, update objects, how to create assignments, and so on.
I also see we opened our can of worms, micro-learning versus bite-sized learning. We were debating internally what to call this.
The eternal war.
Yeah.
We could probably settle a bet if anybody wanted to mention in the chat what their favorite is.
Yes.
Should make a poll.
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe we can do a poll. Frodo, want to make a poll?
No. Well, why not? Let's do a Kahoot.
Yes. Our quiz master.
So, what's the question?
Microlearning or bite-sized learning? What's the most appealing? That you like? Or other?
And to go to the poll, you see on the top, you see the menu bar. So on the most left side, you see a little bar chart, and that's where the poll is going to appear once Gerardo will launch it. Yay, nice. So yeah, please
can we also vote?
submit your answers. Yeah, would that be fair if we voted?
Because I don't know which to vote, so I'll leave it up to you.
I voted.
I voted too. We have some strong opinions in our team.
Dun, 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 dun. Oh.
Yeah, micro-learning. Waiting for a small margin.
Oh yeah, wow, it's a very tight. So 45% micro-learning, 41% bite-sized, and 12% other name. I wonder if any of the people who chose other want to type it in the chat or maybe open their microphones to let us know what they prefer. Quick step learning, 4 byte learning. I also see sub-allocated PA learning. Nice, good suggestions.
Which 4 byte learning, yeah. I think that's my favorite.
And education.
You have the mic, Dennis.
Okay, this might be a little controversial comment, but we need to create a mindset shift against entering personal data into the RIPE database. Whether this could be done in any way with training, learning, or whatever, but 99.9% of the personal data in the RIPE database is really not needed and unjustifiable. A contact doesn't mean a person. A contact can quite easily be a role, a service desk, or whatever. But this isn't a technical issue because you can't solve it by just changing personal data to business data. It needs to have a serious shift in the mindset of people who enter this data into the database to basically stop entering personal data. Whether that can be anything you can help with, I have no idea, but I thought I'd just throw it into the pot.
Yeah, I suppose what we can do is in our either database videos or database course or any webinars to change the message and highlight that message that it's not meant to be personal information.
Well, as soon as the database working group explains to us how the database should be working and what kind of data should go in there, we will, of course, reflect that in our training material immediately. Well, with some time to develop, of course.
I would happily do that for you.
Yeah, you are part of the database working group, but we'd like to hear the whole database working group.
I agree.
We'll have to wait for tomorrow then. One, let's say we're holding question for the academy. If you do you have any, if you had a magic wand and you wanted to to something that you wanted to change in the RIPE NCC Academy, if you've used it, but if there's something that you want to have different, what would you do? Any ideas that you something new that you like to see in the RIPE NCC Academy? Leo is asking audio. Yeah, thank you.
I mentioned that like the micro learning. Also, it's tied to your RIPE NCC access account, and we are encouraged to use two-factor authentication. And the two don't really go together. It's a bit of a faff at the moment to get out your authenticator app to log in to your RIPE NCC access account in order to do a 5-minute learning thing. I would recommend, and this might be a bit of a push, I don't know how easy or difficult this is, but I would recommend having an app that you can put on your phone or a tablet that has access tied to some kind of biometric thing, so that instead of having to worry about using an authenticator app, you can just get out your phone, you can do your 5-10 minute learning, and then you're done. And it reduces the barrier to entry, makes it a little bit less frictionful.
Yeah, yeah, that's a good point you bring, Leo. Sorry, just for a very quick background, one of the reasons we are using the login, that the micro learnings are behind the login, is actually purely technical at the moment, because it was a decision to have the micro learnings inside the RIPE NCC Academy, as part of the RIPE NCC Academy. And given the time and resources we had, the quick way is to include it as part of the learning platform, which we're using Moodle, by the way. And the quick way to do it was to have it like this, as a sort of micro learning as part of sort of a Moodle course. And that's implied to having it behind the SSO account login. But that's something that we're also always thinking of improving the flow. And this is indeed not the best. But, just hopefully we can change that. We can do some change in the platform.
Yeah, it's been a topic we've been discussing, because right now Moodle, when you're enrolled in a course, it will track your progress. So you will see like what percentage of a course you've completed, which things you have done, which are new things that you could still take. And if we take it out of there, then we might lose that aspect, which might matter to some of you, maybe less to some others.
It's okay. I wanted to go to the next topic. We had already discussed it a little bit, but mostly about the exams, the proctored exams. We got a lot of really great feedback about that. And we got some feedback about certifications in general. Does anyone else want to chip in to say, like, if, let's say there was nothing wrong with the proctored exams, everything was a delightful experience. Do you have, we would love to hear your thoughts on the actual certification process. I mean, for us, it means being able to verify that people are actually learning from the courses. We can actually assess our learners, gives them credit, when the course is through, showing that they actually know that, or, if people already have field experience, it allows them to validate that certification. But we'd love to hear your thoughts on it. Like, what's your perspective on the Certified Professionals program?
Oh, Blake has a comment.
Shows my lack of having dug deeply into the certification system and so forth, but is there an independent way for, say, a recruiter or an employer, if somebody puts, I'm a RIPE NCC IPv6 certified professional on their CV or something, is there a way for them to verify that at the moment? I mean, the traditional way was, I'm CCIE number 45126, right? And then you can like go look that up on a database on Cisco. But
yeah, currently the badges, the certified professionals badges, are all issued by the platform called Acclaim, the Acclaim platform. So, and this is a badge platform for many other issuing platforms. So if somebody puts the badge on their CV or LinkedIn, it will should link. If it's a genuine badge, it should link to the respective Acclaim account.
Cool. Thank you.
So Uka has a question. She says, always interesting to hear why people choose to get certified. What motivates you to earn a badge?
The ego.
Yeah, then it says the ego. And Fergal saying, are there any people not in our member contact list who need the training? If so, how should we spread the word? And thank you, Blake, and whoever else is passing on the good words about our courses and certifications. Wolfgang saying trade school.
Also, you have the mic.
Oh, hi. Hi, everyone. I just wanted to add to Pedro's comment about the digital badges that we issue. Blake, they are verifiable. If you, whoever owns the badge has to share the correct badge link from their, when they claim their badge in Acclaim, which is the platform we're using. And if you add the link to that, you can add it on your digital CV, you can add it to your LinkedIn profile, and any employer or recruiter can verify it in one click. So also for those of you who have badges, please make sure you add it to your profiles or your CVs or your email signatures or your websites. And everyone can see what the badge is, the validity, and also other badges that you've earned if your profile is public. Thanks.
Thanks, Ilka. Also in the Q&A, there was a question about prettier badges instead of the ugly Acclaim PDF files with the signature.
It's a good
Robert
one
said
to
he
think about.
personally even would pay for this rather than the Acclaim PDFs. Thoughts, concerns? Anyone know?
Also, Wolfgang has raised. Oh,
yeah.
Video.
I would want to emphasize on my remark trade schools. Well, there is not just universities teaching IT. There are trade schools where the kind of the lower level, or lower level is a bad word for that, for people who are not attending university, but they get a certification and they attend a trade school for 3 years and they are a certified IT professional. At least that's the system in Germany. And the teachers there, they are really, really grateful of people from the industry help them to make their content more interesting. And I spent the day there and talked about BGP the whole day, and they were so happy. And I guess, of course, you cannot visit every trade school to do that, but perhaps create materials, create written materials. I think it's not so much online training what these people need. They might need more like training materials they can hand out, they can use in the teachers can use in their work.
Thank you.
And as a remark, some of these trade schools, they still teach class A, B, and C networks, so they really need our help.
Thanks. Yeah, that's a good point. We also have a colleague with us, Mark. He just left this conversation, but he is like up for setting up any partnerships. So if you have any, if you think of any leads or any schools or people that may want it, please email us, and we can see what we can provide, like the certifications in combinations with training, or can see what's possible, set up partnerships like that.
Mark, if you're still there, maybe you can say something about it, but I'm not sure if he's still.
Yeah, you had to leave at 6, I believe.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Besides that, we got some good comments in the chat. Kurt says he generally likes certification. Christoph as well. Anders says it's a good way to promote RIPE through the industry. Kurt says he just doesn't like so much the Hall of Fame or external badge collection sites. There should be an easier way. And about the PDF, Christoph says my company is not so fancy with these web things. I think they prefer a PDF.
Tag this in the RIPE data, tags in the RIPE database. That's a good idea, Anders.
Luca says we'll look into making our certificates prettier. Yes. Okay, I think we have about 5 more minutes. Yeah, please let us know if you have any other comments. Also, if you have any questions for us regarding anything that we currently offer, please ask away. Or anything you still like to discuss with us.
Here's some contact information. If for anyone that's been having issues with the exams, you can contact Ivy, exams@ripe.net. Anyone has questions or issues with the Academy, by all means, please let us know. We'll get a ticket and get back to you right away. For partnerships or group trainings or any type of larger solution where you need maybe bulk vouchers or maybe we can provide different training for a large quantity of people, please contact Mark Weldings. His contact information is there. Otherwise, we also have a lot of new content that we're in development. We're going to start development for IPv6 Advanced next year. BGP security is underway and it should hopefully be released next year. But we also, we're in constant need of feedback and expertise when it comes to some of these more specific courses that we're developing. So there's a form right there. If you'd like to chip in or help or collaborate, it would be a huge deal for us to get any feedback or advice that you have. But yeah, please just reach out, casual conversation, or just say like, hey, I'd really like to see this. That's the information that we're always looking out for. Also, thank you. This was our first bird of a feather, so you've all been very kind and patient with us while we fumbled through Meetecho. By the time we finally get the hang of it, it'll be we'll be in Berlin and we'll be talking in person again. So.
Yes.
Hopefully.
We can all sit around the table.
I still remember how to do that.
Yeah, Blake is mentioning DNS, IPAM, address management, assignment training. Generally a good idea because there's not much out there in the industry. And Kurt is saying, is there no option to keep exam completely free of charge for members? Right now we do offer vouchers for members, 3 per member.
It also should be in the gift bag, right? For everyone.
I think
attended,
so. Luca can probably tell us more about that.
I have a link to it. If you go to here, I believe you can claim. Need extras? And thank you,
Anders. Yeah, the form we provided, maybe you felt like there were topics we didn't talk about, or maybe you have like one specific topic that you're very excited about and that you'd like to provide input on, and we'd love to have like a chat with you to talk about it. So in that form, you can provide your contact details and fill out what topics you're an expert on or that you'd like to provide feedback on to us. Because one thing we would like to do more is user research, because we provide these courses hoping that you guys like them, but we really want to find out more whether this is really something that's useful for you and that will help you. So we can create better, more targeted, more relevant learning materials for you.
I'd rather this than a PDF as well.
Carla is asking for.
Oh. Carla.
Hey, real quick. I was wondering if you could put that long, unpronounceable link at the top in. Is there a chat or something?
I'm sorry, I can't hear you very well. Do you guys?
Okay. And now?
Yeah.
Oh, now we can hear you.
Hi. Okay, so I was wondering if you could, the Google Forms link on the top, I was wondering if you could possibly put that in the chat or
no,
somewhere where one could copy and paste it.
Oh yeah, just put it in the chat, but I'll put it there again right now. So it should be at the bottom of the
All
chat.
right. Cheers. Thanks so much.
Thank you. And I think with that, our time has passed. Thank you all so much for your feedback.
Thank you
We
again.
really appreciate it, and yeah, we're gonna use it and make our materials better.
Yes, we have much work to do.
Yes.
Thanks, everyone.
Thank you.
Enjoy the rest of the week.
Nice from our Quizmaster. Thanks, guys. Have a great evening.
Good night.